According to Tasnim News, as to the reason why Qatari delegation visits Iran, Tasnim News says it's reported that the main purpose of the visit is to solidify Qatar's position as a mediator following the events of Tuesday and Thursday.
Be on here in just a few moments. I just gotta work on my throat here. It's kind of messed up.
Again, it was from Tasnim. Tasnim confirming that the Qatari delegation arrived in Iran today.
Just a quick note to you that I am out up here, and I am looking for a trip down below here to get long again.
UK's Chancellor Reeves says that, according to Sky News, UK's Reeves is to unveil new SME support package next week. SK Hynix indicated to rise 21% after $26.5 billion ADR offering. So ADRs indicated to open at $180. Offering price was $149. To the White House official, what Trump is to allow housing bill to become law. So, a reminder with Trump earlier on said that I will not sign the housing bill, which has been fully approved by Congress. Now, White House officials saying that Trump is to allow a housing bill to become law. So, according to marine traffic, Strait of Hormuz crossings full as operators remain cautious. Submarine traffic adds a confirmed vessel crossings through the Strait of Hormuz for a second consecutive day on July 9th, dropping to 22 crossings from 30 the previous day. According to IIF, they say that Korea net equity outflows from non-resident investors hit $30.5 billion, the highest in 26 years. Also, China equity shifted to $14 billion outflow in June from $8.1 billion in inflow in May. Also, they say first half debt flows stood at $179.8 billion, above $141.7 billion in the first half of 2025. More hawkish Fed and renewed oil volatility could tighten dollar liquidity and raise emerging market risk hurdle. Also, they say non-resident investors pull net $17.8 billion out of emerging market portfolios in due to large equity outflows.
Give me just a few more minutes here, guys, and I'll be on in a minute. Just waiting to see what happens between here and 10:30. Want to see if we can snap up and hit this 7:55 and then roll. Something like that. We have a little pitting action up here.
Efforts to bolster diplomacy. So source familiar with the discussion tells CBS that Vance, as well as envoys Witkoff and Kushner, have been in touch with Qatari officials this week after a dramatic escalation of attacks by the US and Iran. They also add that it wasn't clear how much progress had been made Friday as mediators from Qatar, Pakistan, and other nations worked to ease tensions sparked by Iranian attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz early this week. Beta shares inch higher to hit session high of 7.3%. We have also posted out the CBS article on the feed for you to read through.
Buff out my glasses. Buff them out. A song about buffing glasses. That's all it's about. Buffing out glasses. Check 1, 2. Gotta check my voice, see if it's okay. All right. Just one quick second here, guys. What are we doing? I'm going to try to sell this here. Or soon, I think I am. I'm tight here, guys. We're going to take a peek here and see what we got going on. We want to see where we have something we have to look at here. Hold on, give me one quick second here, guys. Like, can it even be sold? I don't think so, but we have a little bit of a stickiness problem here. I don't know it's stickiness, but hold on here. I think that the banks are the sticky problem that we have here. Okay, so a few things here. Let's get a few things going on. Good morning. How are you all doing out there? How's everybody doing? Anyone there? Oh no, S-Key Hynix IPO gonna rip face, huh? I see a lot of this stuff on. You guys know I see this stuff on Wall Street. That's right, the parroting. Okay, so we got to talk about a few things here. Last night. So I do like, all right. So, you guys see me on a screen, you know, and you don't see, of course, you know, I don't show all of my life. And some things I try to keep private. But anyways, I'm a busy guy. I know you probably think I'm like a basement dwelling incel or something like that, but I really am not. Like, I have a full life. So my life is busy. You know, I've got wife, children, animals, and businesses everywhere, all kinds of craziness. We do the stream, research, all that kind of stuff. It's very busy, busy, busy. So not late last night, like early last night, like 10 o'clock or something like that, I had sat down with my wife, and I felt something on my leg, down by my right-hand side of my right ankle, like an enlargement. And I couldn't place where it came from. I was like, you know, like my point here is, like, I'm very active. Like, go swimming one day, go boating another day, go running another day, go take dogs hiking another day, that kind of stuff. So I'm a pretty active guy too, outside of this, is my point. But I felt this thing in my right leg last night, and I kind of freaked out, and I touched my left leg and I couldn't feel anything. Like this, I couldn't feel the same lump. And I couldn't recall that I had injured myself at all in the past few days. So,
voice news disconnect.
Last night I was a little concerned because I was on Sunday. My flight was delayed due to a major storm system, and I was in a tight seat on a tarmac for many hours, like 3 hours. They got me on the flight and then immediately told us, sorry, buddy, you're now locked in here with us. And then my flight was long. And by the time I'd gotten home on Sunday, and anyways, I thought to myself, I can't recall an injury on my leg. And I don't have the same thing going on both legs. Normally that's like if you have like ate too much salt or something, or fluid maybe building up in your legs, that happens sometimes too. It can be a thrombosis, which is like a deep either injury I don't recall, or maybe something where I'm unhealthy or something, and I'm on a flight, and that would mean I could have had a blood clot in my leg last night. So we were sitting down to watch a movie last night, actually, like 10:30 or something. We started discussing it. My wife was like, probably the best thing for you to do is, my wife has a medical background. I don't know if you know that. Maybe some of you might have told, but she originally comes from a medical background. And she's like, you should probably go to the hospital. And so late last night, I went to an emergency room, and I went to the closest one I could get to because it's Detroit. I should have went to one of the religious hospitals, but I went to one of the non-religious ones. Religious ones here are really good. The non-religious ones here are terrible. And I've got great insurance or whatever. But I showed up there last night and I sat in this fucking emergency room until 6 a.m., 5:30 this morning. I was in there for fucking like 6 hours last night, no sleep. They ran a bunch of tests on me all night long, and they couldn't get a radiologist to see my charts until very, very late last night. So I haven't been asleep in, I don't know, 24 hours or something insane like that. So I got home last night at 5:30 in the morning. I tried to eat something. I finally fell asleep. I woke up maybe 8:30 this morning. I think I woke up, something like that. I needed an alarm to wake me up, and so I have not slept. And I had to do this because I'm getting older, you know. I'm not an old man yet, but I'm getting older. So things like this happen to older guys. Some of you might have even had parents, like dads that drop dead of a heart attack at 45 or 50 because they don't start paying attention to their health. And so that's what I did late last night. I actually have pictures. If you don't believe, I actually sent pictures to like Bork last night and Joe. And I'm like, I'm not doing so well right now, and I don't know what's going on. And Joe's on vacation in Belgium. And he called me this morning at 5:30 this morning when he woke up, or 4:30 or something like that when it happened last night. I'm fine. I just want you to know I'm fine. I don't know where I got this injury. They ran like whatever. They like looked inside my legs. They looked up to my balls and stuff. And they're checking the veins in my legs to make sure there wasn't a clot going to my brain. So that happened late last night. I'm here. I'm alive, still kicking. But you know, like when you're an older guy, you got to make sure that you're not doing stupid shit. You know, like when you're young, it's not too much of a. If you have some kind of congenital defect, you're gonna find out by the time you're like 16 or something like that. You'll be dead. But when you start getting older, you start questioning, like, that's not normal. I don't remember this ever happening before. But anyways, I was in the hospital all night long last night. And it sucked because I live in Detroit, and this hospital is not the one for me to go to. And I have private insurance. Like they whisked me away to my own room, all that kind of shit. It still didn't matter. The people weren't available to actually do the stuff that I needed to have happen last night. So bear with me this morning. So let's start with one thing. Bear with me this morning because I haven't slept. I'm totally sober, all that kind of stuff, but I haven't slept in fucking 48 hours or something. We're supposed to do a private show today at some point for our membership in Discord. And we're going to cut this show short today, believe it or not. The show is not going to be on all day long today. And I kind of left the chart up here for you, about that. Like, where do we go from here? And stuff like this, and expectations for next week and stuff like that. And I love this daily show, but our membership inside our Discord, I owe them, I legitimately owe these guys information, and I want to get these guys prepped for earnings season so that they're prepared for it. And I owe that to our membership. So at some point today, the stream is likely going to be turned off. Probably closer to later in the day. Once we get into this 12:30 time period. And, there's some things, I want to talk to you guys about a few things here too this morning that's important. I want to show you a couple cool things. One, here's an example in the same why we're doing this private stream. There are risks to being long here into July. The second half of July is typically or historically pretty bearish, and it lines up to where OPEX is. There's some other information coming out. There's some other danger zones between even here and there, and we have to hedge those things. I think I showed you guys 1996, 1997, 1998, and in one of those instances where we're going up, so we have the same trading pattern that we had then is going on right now. In all three of those years, this trading pattern is the exact same fucking pattern. So they're running the same playbook. But there were two examples where this failed. And there are definitively moments in this run up into the start of earnings where they could easily, but the market could easily rug pull us until we get to that moment. The idea here is to trade up into OPEX, take the profit, and then exit market. But even between here and this OPEX, there's a couple dates here where we could be triggering the sell early. And I think I owe that to the Discord to at least mark those moments for them and say, hey, maybe you hedge this day with cheap zero date puts or something if you're still looking higher into OPEX and stuff like that. And then they have their own trades that they want to put on for earnings season as well. And I think so. Anyways, we're going to do that later today. Now, for the free members that are out there right now, I do want to talk to you about two simple things here for the rest of the day. The pin today is at. There's a few things I want to show you guys here, so just some cool shit. First thing I want to show you. Well, let's start here. First thing I want to show you is this. For our membership, on the top here, we have a new tool instead of our Gamma Viz chart. And this thing here is showing you when to sell and when to sell, and up here and this down here. Right? Notice how this is happening here. The opposite right here. And we're getting kind of close here, aren't we, to be selling down, right? See that? So we got this really neat new tool. It's real time. That's so super fucking cool. You can do this for any one of your favorite tickers. So I think it's pretty fucking cool. It just came out. Yeah, lumps in your socks, it'll be your balls. Facts, right? Oh yeah, I'm getting older, so we get this really neat new tool here. It's showing you when to sell, when to buy, and the opposite. You can see the opposites here, right? Buying down here, this thing's going up. This thing's right here. Hit this thing, and the idea being that likely we're gonna go, something like this. Oh, sorry, right there, and then whammo down here. Okay. You get what I'm saying? So that's pretty cool. We have this for all tickers too, which is really cool as well. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about was, oops, here we go. I got puts on right now. If you don't know, I'll let you know out there. But stuff like that, I should be telling the Discord. Another thing I should be telling the Discord too. And then let's go back over here. And what I want to say too is a couple things. We've got a pin up here. If you're looking at that data visualizer, that data viz, there's a pin up here at 752, 50 maybe. There's another one at 755 up here, but it's not as strong on zero dates. If you're a member, you would know that. And there's a strong pull to go down into this where I'm at down here. There's something dragging us down over here. Now, one other thing we should be looking at here is the weekly close. Excuse me here. And we'll look at this together really quick. We could do this on a 30-minute, I think. Let's take a look at this. We don't have to be that close, but let's look at, this is Friday, Thursday. Remember too that we're likely going to sweep this stuff next week. We'll sweep this potentially Thursday low at 10:30, and we'll also potentially swing this one right here from Friday. I believe this is Friday. Where's Friday? This one right here. So we'll do this one, and we'll do this one right here next week. What we really want to be looking at though here is, we'll be doing this one next week. So let's look back on the prior Friday, which is over here. Where are we at over here? Why do I want to bring this one up over here? Let's look at, right, it's right in here, isn't it? Yeah, somewhere in here. Give me one quick second here, guys. This is that same area in here, too. It's that same fucking 47, 45. Don't want to be going underneath this stuff right here. And the reason why I'm looking at this is because this closing right here, this thing right here. So 1600 right in here. So somewhere in here, give me a second here. Somewhere like right here. I'm going to make that a dotted line really quick. And there's a reason for this here. This is the official close on SPY for cash market for last week. So this week here, if you're looking at this week right here, in thesis, we only need to close above this 744, 745 to leave us with a green week, Doesn't make any sense. And we only need the green week this week. That's all we need. So let's take a peek here at the weekly. Let's check this here. And I don't even like this here. So that's the green week right here. This one right here. This is where we closed right here, I believe. Let me just check this. Yeah, this is where we closed right in here. So you just need to close, and this is the point here. You can look at it from this perspective. See, I've got this big line right here. Like, we can either do this early, could theoretically do this early today, or on Monday. Like, I'll put a high in on 55 and then come down here. But this whole thing, where like today we only need to close. There's danger of us going down today, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. There's some danger of us trading like deeply down here, potentially even down like 740 and then swing back up for the close. I don't know that it's going to happen today, but there's a nice strong pin up here. But there is risk of that today that we don't even need to. There's something else here too, which is the daily. And that's way over here. You can see it right here. There's the daily. So the 741, that's pretty high right here. And I would prefer to stay above this right here. It's this prior day right here. It's these two white lines. So I'd prefer to stay above this. If we do lose it, stay above that right there. Because we'll still get the green week, and we're still above the prior low from the prior day. I would leave room to go higher to 755 as well. So let's go back over here. Just check this out really quick. On a 1 minute basis. And I think now if you're looking at it like this, from this perspective, look at it from this perspective, you still have a pin up here at 55. And even if they hit this at 12 o'clock, I would be afraid of just like the drag down over here. There's just a lot of potential for it and a lot that we don't need to do for the week. We could also potentially pin this. Potentially pin this up here into the close and then dump over the weekend. Possibly, because 55 is really our target. And then there's one other thing here too, which is if we look at it from the perspective of inflection points, we've hit our inflection point already. 752.50 we hit in cash market. So if you were to think of it from that perspective, it would be up, then down, way down, and then finally up to 55. Not in this time frame, but you get the gist, right? Like, we're already in our pin, and our next inflection would be, if you're using Gamma Viz, it's like 7,400 or something insane like that. I'm just looking for something down to this area here. Something down here to like 46, 47, and then 55 up here. Like on Monday. So whether we pin this now or whatever, I just think that this is looming in the background. It's kind of dangerous. And yesterday we had something like that happen, didn't we? We had a moment where we were rolling lower yesterday, and I was like, yeah, maybe just hang on here. We might just start blasting down to the depths of hell. A lot of people gave away their money yesterday, right? Was it here? A lot of people got blasted in here, right? We didn't, did we? It came down, we started buying it again. Was it this one? No, it was this one right here. I don't know where the fuck it was. It was yesterday in the morning. Here's Friday. Yeah, that was over there. That was it over there to the left. There's a little bit more of that today. Like that similar the ability to do that. There's a little bit more of that today. Right where we are. So it looks like here they tried to sell this here at 9:30. They tried selling it again at 10. You can see they're already in here trying to sell this. There's one right there. There's one right here. The good news is we've got a higher low, and we have one more pin higher. And as long as they can't get this thing down right now, we can potentially still go up and still be targeting that 755. But remember, though, that it's risky at 10:30 and it's risky at 12:30. And there's likely some kind of a top in here at like 755, which is right in here, right where that red mark is right there. Think tighter, guys. Let's bring this back a little bit. Excuse me. And my voice is trashed, so just bear with me. I haven't slept in days, a couple days. I sound like I smoke cigarettes, but in fact, it's just voice is blown out again. Let's leave this one right about there. I'm just gonna bring this in just a bit. I got this 12:30. Oh, what happened to the where'd my line go? I had a line here. Hold on. Did I move it or something? I was over here dicking around with it, maybe. Did I delete it? Yeah, I've got this thing going down. It's lower than this. This is a dotted. It works for me. So I'm just going to leave this one like this and see if this thing rolls over and down into, we roll over and down into the close over here. Be wary here. I want you guys, not wary, not, it doesn't necessarily have to happen. Just be wary of the idea that we have a big drag down. We have a potentially get sucked down into some pretty low numbers over here. Tighter for a minute. I'm like, this is still 752.50, even though it's 1 minute. This is the main magnet for today on 0 to 8s. If you look at those. Hang tighter. Let's not check 1 dates here. We got a nice like max pain like on Mondays. Monday looks great. Monday looks good. There's just this like we look great for Monday. 759 is the target. That's our target right after 755. The only issue here is right there. There it is. Oh my God. Holy shit! I just made a bunch of money. Fucking right. Woo! Holy fuck! I made the money. Oh my God. I fucking just made bank. Oh fuck yeah, baby. Oh my God, I'm fucking rich. Holy shit, I'm rich. Holy fuck, close them out. Close them the fuck out. I'm out. I'm fucking out. Yes. Woo. Yes. I can't fucking believe it. Oh my God. Holy fucking shit. I'm fucking rich. I just caught that fucking thing. Yes. I'm so goddamn good. I fucking just caught that goddamn thing right there. How fucking right. I can't fucking believe I just caught that. And I'm flat. Fucking flat. Fucking A. I'm just explaining this to you. I'm like, there's like a damn different down there. Look at that fucking thing. That might have been trade of the fucking year right there. What's up, my boy Bork with the Gamma Viz tool, brother? I didn't even buy calls down there. I just can't believe that just happened. I closed the fucking puts and I'm just going, that shit just freaked me the fuck out. That was beautiful. that totally did it right there. That was good. Whew. We got another one of those coming up next week. We got another one of those. And not only do we have another one of those next week, there's a minefield ahead. If you go back to those late 1990s, we actually had like a melt up that just broke. Like literally just like it was, I think it was spot up, vol up. We don't have the data. Nobody does, but I think it was. I can't believe that just happened. I just made my whole fucking week here. Just made the entire week in that trade right there. So. Okay, so can't believe that just happened right now. Okay. What was that tip to tail there? That actually helped. Now that right there, that was a 0.68% drop just then. I got that. I did that. Oh man. I can't believe I just caught that right there. Anyways, I tried to tell him, right? I mean, I did try to tell him. I did try to tell him. This might have actually worked for us to go up now and trade 55 to the close. Believe it or not, this will probably help us with trade 55 up here. I can't believe that just happened. I can't believe this happened live on the fucking show. No one will believe that shit unless your fucking shit is live. So I was sitting there and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in puts right now, and I'm like, it could just happen out of nowhere. Fucking fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so that's a we could probably mark this time frame, Bork, and make a little short film about this. Like, I don't know, like I'm just gonna leave it empty right here because we could just drop fucking there it goes. Nobody can predict these markets. I'm like, you know what you're talking about. That's bullshit. Can't believe that just happened. Okay. Back to business here. I gotta do this show for this private show for these kind of things right here that we have potentially happening next week. And I don't want my guys not being hedged for things like this next week. You know what I mean? That was fucking awesome. I can't believe it. I don't even need to make any money today. I'm done. I am done. Okay. All right, I gotta calm down here. I'll delete this now. We good, gang. And anyways, this thing wants to trade. Max Payne wants to trade 740. This one looked like they took a stab at it. We traded 748. Well, luckily we got saved by the hourly trigger here. This is the one that I was, like when I'm telling you, like we can close all the way down here, I mean it. Like we really can, like we can, and it can be violent like this was. We just want to close above that red line right there, okay? That's the only thing we're concerned about here today. We want to make sure we close with a green week. We want to make sure that we're not closing below yesterday's low. As long as you guys understand that today, don't close below yesterday's low and close a green week. That is literally all that needs to happen at this moment in cash market. Just so you know, here's your daily right here. They already took a stab at it over here, and they know this. It's not just, it's like, I knew it. That means other people know it. Can't believe that just fucking happened right there. There's your 1, there's your 4, there's your 1, there's your 4 hour. They're gonna try to sell this some more. I promise. They're not done. They're gonna try to shank this thing, and they're gonna try. Can't believe that just happened. I fucking can't believe it. Okay, fucking believe it. And anyways, I have this bad boy. I left this over here because I didn't know if it would just drop. I said this too before the drop. I said it could just drop. And I've got this fucking thing going even deeper. Like, we can go even deeper than this. The Max Payne, let me show you guys a couple things here. So if you're a member, right here, 749 is Max Payne on the day. That's why I'm setting him down there waiting. Is this SPY? 753 was the main one, and the T's is 755. We did hit 749, so maybe we can swing up and hit 55 on this one. But there's something else I want to point your attention to here, which is this thing right here. And if you just look on this visualizer, the low was 748. So come close here. Come close here. If you watch this right here, we dropped where? We dropped whammo. And that's right where that line is right there. You see it? So that's where we dropped. Straight down. And then we have one more below it, even though one date's not showing it. And I want to show you that right here. That one is way deeper. 7,400. That's the doozy. So we don't want to do that, do we? And I don't think we're gonna, but just a note here that 749 was target for us. And if you look at whenever we come into one of these bad boys, it's like sell, 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 right? Now, if we lose this, we would be targeting 40, right? Basically, at this moment. So this is a pretty neat tool, right? So if we hit this already, do you see how we hit this? Hit it already, right? So if that's the case, theoretically we can trade what now? 755, right? So if we already did this one, we will give the chance to the bulls here into the end of the day. So we already did this one. We'll just move this over. We did that, right? We'll take that as a fuck yeah. CJJ waiting down here. That works for me. Done. Cha-ching. Get rid of that. Happy? I'm happy. And then the only thing I'm looking for here is for this to go to where? To go to the close of the day. All day long they've got. All day long. Time-wise, at least, they have until 1600 to, if we were magnet 55, somewhere right here. Okay, so that's big work right here. This could take all day. This could be something where we're recovering. Right, tag this one, come back down, right? Come back up here, come back down, right? There's your hourly and half hour to pick back up again. Then we'll try to drag this bad boy up. There, your cup and handle up there, something like that, okay? Now, can it happen quicker? Sure. But I want you to note that we can now trade this up here, okay? we've done what we needed to do here. We can now pin and trade 755, which I like. So let's look at this one here. We're going to go up here. Something like this. And we're going to try for this one right here. Or wait a minute. Right here and then up. Hold on. This one could go higher. This one, let's move this over. It's 10 to 11 right there. We'll try this one to hit that one right there. Try for this one. It's 1, 2. And then we're going to try for this one right here. This is 1230 flows, right? We're going to try for the 1230 flows up here. Something like this. Excuse me. Something just like this right here, we grind, okay? That one's done. This one's done. We do this here, just a bunch of grinding bullshit. Something like this, right? Like up, down. You can kind of see this here. They'll try to sell this like something like this right here. So it might be like up here, then, you know, try to get that one right there. Low, higher, low. This one might go down for the second equal leg somewhere in here, but we're not going to mark those off. We'll just trade them as they come to us. Because you always know you got to get the, you know, you get down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like this. You never buying that. You're always buying this. Just watch this and see how it plays out. Can't fucking believe I'm still like, whenever I try to do trades like that, it's like no one believes it. Don't believe it. So leave this right here. We're gonna look for the wing right here. Let me check one more thing here too. I just want to see we swept everything we need to swept. Dude, we even swept we swept the Friday or Thursday low too. That's an outstanding fucking trade. This right here is awesome. It's great for bulls. I can't wait to talk to the Discord because we got to talk rates. We got a big rate conversation. While I was in the hospital last night, I'm like digging through stuff, reading this white paper, that white paper, a bunch of stuff. So we got to chat. We have some of this danger next week. Something like this. And I don't know if it triggers something larger or if it's something short and sweet. The market's reaction to material news is going to matter, and how it's parlayed and how it's perceived by the market. Are we going into a tightening cycle, or are we just massaging and managing? And does the market believe that? 3 and 6 month will tell you the story if you want to know. Okay, I'm going to leave this up for a minute here. I'm going to take a quick break. I got to drink more water. And I will switch the show over to a private stream. Let's do it like 12:30. We'll check back at 12:30, and we'll try to do a private stream. And we're going to look at your favorite tickers. If you're a member, if you're in Discord, you can call out your tickets. I'll chart them for you. If you're a free member here on Twitter, I was scratching my head. I was on Wall Street Bets yesterday, and all I kept reading was about NVIDIA. And I want to talk about that to free members here. There was like, why is NVIDIA not up? Why is NVIDIA not participating? All you need to do is go back and just look at every fucking NVIDIA ER. They're a late bloomer, typically. If you really want to focus on what's going on right now, focus on financial stocks. They're the first that report. Then go into your next reports on tech and stuff like that, and then you can roll into stocks like NVIDIA. I was kind of scratching my head with hearing that yesterday about NVIDIA. Coming up here, I want to see this first tag right here, just that one right there. We don't have to do the next one. We can, but we just don't need to. NVIDIA. A little early on that one, for me at least. But we'll talk about it today in this private show. If you want to know like what to start longing, what to wait on. And remember that everybody's going to run from thing to thing to thing to thing as we get into ER season. And there's some risks to the market along the way, some fairly large risks that I want to chart out for the Discord so that they can either be hedged with cheap puts or something like that to hedge their positions. This is actually a really good example of it for next week. Like if you're long and you need to position or how to be like long and short same time, or long with protection, that kind of stuff. Unless you're a day trader, then you don't really fucking care, but a lot of people do care. Hey, I'm looking higher into July for a print. We'll talk about that as well today in this private stream. Anyways, I'll be right back. Right around 12:30, I'll check back in. If I see anything in here, I'm watching this. I'm here. I just need a break. I need to slow today down. I don't know that I can do a full show today on stream because I haven't slept. I don't feel confident. Even though I called that, I do not feel confident because of how tired I am. I don't want the responsibility of saying, do this, do that, that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Nice call, though. And what we'll do is, I want you to realize that there are a couple things here, though. We satisfy we need to satisfy here. And now there's a pin at 7:55. I would assume that we're going to hit that end of the day. Or wake up on Sunday or Monday up there. And be wary of the pullback from 755 could be deep. And then the next attack is 760. And we should be able to get around that 760 mark until we get a real unclench potentially. But there are some things coming out next week that could sour that whole thing, and I just want to make sure everybody's prepared for it. All right, I'll be back here in a minute. What are you guys talking about? Oh, so I was in the hospital last night. And just come out and tell you. Last night around 10 o'clock or something, I was sitting down to watch a movie with my wife. It was hot last night. We had dinner and we had some alone time. And one of the things sometimes we'll do is we have this huge, big fat couch, and we'll cuddle up on it, and my wife will fall asleep in my arms, and then I bring her to bed, and we'll put on an old school movie or something. I had what did I have? I had thrombosis in my bottom right-hand side of my leg, and I went to an emergency room last night. I was there until 5:30 this morning, and they ran a bunch of tests on me and stuff like that. And I was afraid. I'm a very active guy. Sometimes I don't notice when I get hurt until later. And that's what the doctor thinks, that I got hurt doing something else, that it wasn't related to my flying. But I was on a tarmac. I was sitting in this fucking chair for like goddamn 7 hours. And then I went up in pressure and down in pressure. And I was really afraid that I had done this flying, and that it was presenting itself, and that I potentially had a blood clot in my leg. There was only one side. If it was both sides, fairly easy to not go to a hospital. I'm getting older, so I just wanted to make sure I was safe. I don't want to like drop dead of a fucking blood clot. You guys are like, where's Cap? He's gone. I'm getting older, and I don't recall the injury to my leg. I don't recall it, but I've been very active, like everything, like hiking, swimming, diving off boats. What else have I been doing? Biking. We did some biking. Hiking. We did some hiking too. So I'm a fairly active guy. You guys don't see that. You guys probably think I'm a basement dweller, but I'm not. Any of you out there that know me privately already know that I'm fairly active guy. I went dancing this weekend too. That was another thing. I went dancing at an outdoor rave all day long or something. So like I'm out there dancing and stuff, and then I'm swimming and I'm diving and I'm running and I'm hiking and stuff with my dogs, and you get hurt, and I didn't notice it, so I couldn't account for the injury in my leg, and could have killed me. So that's what I did late last night into the early this morning. I got home at like 5:30 this morning. Then I ate, and then I went to bed. I woke up this morning I think I went to sleep. Finally fell asleep at like 6:30. Woke up at 8:30 and got ready for this morning. Sold my calls back here. Told you guys that I put some puts on over here. And then I told you it was a warning that there's a drop potential today, like yesterday. And then it happened. So I'll be here in the background. I'll check back in at 12:30, and then we'll switch the show to a private show, and we'll go from there so that our membership is prepared for next week. Next week's a very volatile week, I think, and thereafter it becomes even more volatile. And we have potential new information on next week that will matter. It will fucking matter how the market accepts or does not accept this new information. And if they don't accept it, it could get nasty, like really fucking nasty. So we'll talk about it, that as well. And I'll show you where those pitfalls are next week. I'll just mark them off on a chart for you, and so you understand how to, like, if you're looking up right now, you still want to be able to like hedge yourself in case things go awry. And it's easy for you. I want you to know it's like, there's a couple things here. If you're a young trader, a lot of traders are directional traders. Like, I don't know why they are. They have a tendency to like want to be like, I'm always long only, and I'm always short. And it's hard to break that cycle of can you let's say you're short, like your thesis is short and your position short. If you're that trader, we're not even going to discuss not being a directional trader yet in this conversation, because you can make great money not being a directional trader. You're just like killing time, basically, right? Or you're a service provider. You're providing the calls and the puts for other people to lose their money on. Notice how we left that one behind, like I told you. See it right there? We left it behind. So I left it up here to beat it. You see that? I left that one behind. But a lot of traders are directional. And if they're going to be directional, you at least have to explain to a directional trader it's okay for you to be long and short. That's a hard one for people to grasp. And then the second hard thing for traders to grasp that are directional traders is that you need to be able to change your fucking thesis on the drop of a hat, or have some protection in that directional trade. Does that make sense? I just said to you. So if you're a directional trader, it's okay to be long and short at the same time. If you're a directional trader, you have to be able to switch your thesis, and you have to be able to protect yourself. And if you have to switch to the other side, you have to be able to do that with the least amount of damage as possible that you can take. It's why you try to get in as low as you can. It gives you that buffer in case the situation changes. And you want to be kind of like a whore, because like, if you're a bull, be like, I can be a bear whenever the fuck you want me to be. You have to have that mentality in your head when new information comes into a market. And there's some potential for that next week. And it will matter. Is it just a knee jerk? Is it a knee jerk? Is it a knee jerk for one day? Is it a knee jerk for half a day? Is it a knee jerk for a week? Is it a knee jerk for 2-3 weeks? Does it unclench the entire market early? Is it something where the market doesn't accept it? And we have an example of this in the late 90s where we actually hiked, but we weren't in a hiking cycle. The market accepted it, but there were knee jerks along the way. We'll talk more about this later on this afternoon, but we have to be aware of it if we are looking up from here along the way. We have to. So we'll look at that later this afternoon around 12:30 this afternoon. What I'll do is I'm going to come back for the pre-show at 12:30, give you an outlook for the rest of the afternoon, and then I'm going to do a private show. And if you're a member, I'll have an outlook for you for Monday, Tuesday in the Discord. I'll do a chart with you before we end the private show. But other than that, price target in today, I'd like to see 755 pin, maybe even 55 and 57 on Monday. I'd like to see us to get as high as we possibly can before Monday. I think that's when the least risky upside ends, and I think from there into OPEX, things get fucking hairy. They're gonna get volatile, hairy. and potentially dangerous, even though we're looking higher into at least middle of the month OPEX. And I am bearish after that. I just want to be clear as day on that. The and back half of the month, I think I said that all week long here. Like once we get into like that OPEX unclench, expiration unclench, end of month unclench, and there's another one in here that we're going to talk about. Sorry. All right, give me a few minutes here, all right, guys? And I'll be right back with you guys. Yeah, I don't know if it's bear hair. Like, this is a tough one. If we get this material news, the players could agree upon this before we ever get there. I'm sure people are thinking about this right now or not. Like, are we going to go into a tightening regime, or is it just a couple hikes and then maybe some cuts, and then maybe the regime is farther down the road? That's what I hope it becomes. That's what I hope that it is. But we have an instance of this. I have an instance in the past of this where the market was talked down, and it was violent to the downside. It was a bloodbath. And it was Jerome that did it. He gave out hawkish outlook, and the market just priced in that shit, and it was nasty. We recovered, but it also washed out all of the prints for that July, they washed out all the July prints and didn't print until later. So there was like an out for dealers here. We'll talk more about this in a little bit. Not necessarily bearish. It's just it's an excuse, and an excuse like price in doom. So it might be material. So we'll talk about it more this morning. We did this first one right here. Just want to see like one more up here. Clear this one out. Take right up here, and then we'll see if we can pick this back up with new flows to buy. We don't want to see happen in here between now and 12:30, as you probably already know, is you get the failure of this tag up here. You don't want to see that, and then we're like getting sucked down here into these new flows. We don't want to be doing that. That's the risk right here into 12:30, is we're making new lows down here. Like down here, new low, then all of a sudden we're being trapped into the downside. Forget this thing right here. But you got what I'm saying, right? Like the failure to get a new high up here. This is a key high. That unlocks the door to make a higher low, and then the cup and handle up here. So watch this closely. We did it. We did get our first target. We hit our first target just fine. So we just need to hit one more. And we'll watch all this into 12:30. I would grind. If I was a dealer, I'd grind this shit out all day long. I wouldn't print this fucking thing until end of day. Like that 55, I would grind this fucker. I would be grinding this, and then do it up here. None of you guys make any money. The price goes where it needs to go. Dealers did their jobs. So just be patient in here. I know this is a weird ass looking Friday too. Yesterday was a weird day. This whole the trading I'm not going to tell you that the trading has been easy. It has not. I know people I was on Wall Street Bets past few days. People are getting eaten the fuck alive. They're getting eaten alive. I guarantee that this took out a bunch of people today. Not our crew, but I guarantee it took out a bunch of like retailers, almost guaranteed. And I know yesterday I went on Wall Street Bets yesterday, and the dump yesterday we called that one too. Their hair was on fire. Like there were people over Wall Street Bets. Oh my god, all my shit's on fire. My account's gonna get blown. All that kind of stuff. So it's gonna get hairier, more hairier next week, and week after, more volatile as we head into the end of the month. And I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. I'll put this news squawker back on too. Trump saying he has agreed to Iran talks, but United States has stated to them in no uncertain terms that ceasefire is over. I don't know what that means. More bullshit. more market manipulation. I got a bunch of other shit to tell you guys too. Like, I was looking at the oil and gas data a couple weeks ago, and we're in like the greed part. I almost made a post about this and I didn't. because I think people were going to think I was being political, and I'm not. It's a hard one to touch. Like, Trump is such a populist, and he's such a fucking populist that it's hard. Like, it sucks to, like, I don't want to defend him. I know some of you guys are MAGA out there. I don't want to defend this guy, but sometimes I have to because he does make some right decisions. And then yesterday I read an oil and gas piece on Wolf Street, and he said the thing that I already kind of knew, where, like, gas prices are high not because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
Up nearly 6%.
And so there's a lot of greed right now from the oil and gas industry. And they're likely playing this card with us, saying, you know, this because the strait is open, closed, gas prices have to be higher. In fact, it's greed. We have an oversupply of gas in the U.S. And he did a piece yesterday, I think, on oil and gas. It was fascinating to read because he reinforced that idea that, like the whole Freedom gas station thing. I know it's a fucking scam, but it is a way for the administration to fight the price of gas inflation that people believe right now is due to the Strait of Hormuz closure, and it's not. It's greed. And so that Freedom gas bullshit would work against greedflation in gas, diesel, stuff like that. So there's a lot of that going on too. We have to talk about that at some point today if we can in this private stream, oil and gas, and that a lot of the Strait of Hormuz stuff for the U.S. is a scam. When I see this this narrative pushed all over socials, and I think it's actually comes from the oil and gas industry, and I get the facts for it too. I got the data to prove it. So, this whole Strait of Hormuz thing, it's at this point it's kind of a scam, and production at this point is spread out. They're moving production away from Strait of Hormuz, so it actually became the world's largest exporter of oil and gas recently. I think I said that recently, and someone was arguing with me, and then Wolf on this oil and gas thing just went on a fucking diatribe on somebody and ripped their asses off. If you have a chance to read that oil and gas post on Wolf Street, it's fascinating to read. Remember that Wolf is kind of like me, where we separate our politics and the markets. So he shits on Democrats, Republicans, equal opportunity shitter on people. At any rate, you should read that post if you can. If you're thinking that the Strait of Hormuz is the reason that something bad's gonna happen in the market's, false. Everything right now with oil and gas in the U.S. is all greed, all of it, literally. So I guess if you have Trump or Biden yelling at a company saying don't do this, probably what they're doing with that fucking Freedom gas shit. They're trying to fight that greedflation right now. Outside of the narrative that's out there right now on oil and gas. Okay, I'll be back. Give me a few minutes. I need a few minutes to prepare for this stuff. I'll be right back with you guys. Yeah, they will. There's a lot of. I'll just read it. I'll bring it up right now. I won't go anywhere. Hold on, you guys. It's a fucking fascinating read. So, I was looking through this data. This data's been available for a month now, I think. No one's gonna say this in public. Oil and gas industry will fucking no way. This is like the bond market, you know. It's remember a month or two ago I said to you guys, I was like, you'd be out of your fucking minds if you were to put your money into the bond market right now. You'd be out of your fucking mind. If you have $100, you're not gonna notice, losing $1 or $2, but if you're a millionaire or multimillionaire or 100 millionaire or a billionaire, inflation does matter. And you get the plea in the end of a quarter. So you come into the end of a quarter, right? And you have rebalancing. Well, you have rebalancing every month, and then you have rebalancing every quarter. So you're going to get an industry that is going to make their plea to you to rebalance some of your portfolio into what they do. It's very natural, right? Hey, I made a bunch of money. I know that TMT's been flat, but it's way up on the year. So there's like, if I was in the bond market, I would be saying to you, hey, give me some of your money, some of your gains, invest over here. So the bond market's never going to tell you you should not invest in the bond market. Does that make any sense? So they get this rebalancing things that go on, and then you got to push from this industry to rebalance into bonds. And you'd be out of your fucking mind, literally. Be out of your mind to go into tips, be out of your mind to go into bonds. Short-term bonds, yes, but like the 10s and the 30s and all that stuff. This was like a month or two ago. So now, in that same vein, you have the initial oil shock from the start of the war, and we took over Venezuela too, right? Remember that? Like that's another source of supply. And you have the pricing in of that shock, that oil shock. And then you have a premium that stays. So there'll be a premium that gets left behind. So let's say it's going to be, this is just an example. It's not what happened. So let's say you have a barrel of oil and it costs $50 pre the invasion. Then you have an oil shock on the invasion, or not the invasion, but the war or whatever fuck it is, 3-day military operation, whatever. You get the shock, right? Goes up. It's 100. I know we went higher, but just let's say it's 100. Just as an example. Now we price that in at that point. And no one likes hearing that. They think like if the straight closes again, it should go back up to $100 a barrel or whatever. That's not true. We get the one price in the equity market. That's it. We price it in. Unless something gets substantially worse. Now, the other thing, too, is this price should come down, and they'll leave a premium on it. So the new bottom price for a barrel, let's say, would be like $55. Okay? Now, between here and there, if you were an oil and gas company, you would be wanting to, like, spike up to 150. You'd want to, if I owned a gas and oil company, I would run a campaign, public campaign saying, oh, if it closes some more, it's going to go up. I want to keep this price up. I don't want to come back to the $55. I want the fear and this and that, and this and that. Even if we have supply coming into markets or we can afford it or whatever, they just want to keep that price up there. So that's greed. It's not actually the price of oil. The price of oil is actually $55 now. We already priced that in. So there's another campaign, just like the bond market has given you a campaign. Hey, man, put your money in here. Put the 60-40 split, bro. Don't forget it. And which is not good. It's not the right time to be doing that at that time period. And the same thing is right here with gas and oil. So you get a little bit of Trump doing the freedom gas bullshit. And he's probably doing that to fight, believe it or not, the greedflation in oil and gas. And why is that? Because then we have to go through a hiking cycle, right? You bring inflation back down through other means rather than leaving it to the Fed to do, which right now the 3 and 6 month are saying they're going to do something. So we'll talk about that. And there's an event coming up next week too. Let's see if we can get this last one right here. I want to see that last little tick. It's like right here, like 752.83. It's the only one you really need to get up there. Just one more pop up here, and then we'll see if we can take out this this equal leg back here. This one right here. It's somewhere up in here. Maybe we can tag this up here. I'd like to see it go there, but there's no requirement that it does. Maybe not. Do it like right there. And we'll talk about more about this later. You want to be reading the article that's called "The U.S. Largest Crude Oil Producer in the World Produced 42% more than Saudi Arabia, 37% more than Russia in 2025." And you should read this article. If you're like me, you're a Democrat, you should read this article because this article has the actual data. And this article disagrees with every fucking regurgitating point that you're making on the internet that you're regurgitating. And start thinking about where those regurgitated points you're making are actually coming from. And they're more than likely coming from the fucking oil and gas industry, who you probably don't even like, which I find even more fascinating. So when you think you're like, I'm parroting shit, and what's really happening is you're not parroting something against Trump, you're parroting something for oil and gas. You're being used, which I find hilarious. All of us are, by the oil and gas industry. So you should try to read this article if you can. Make sure that you read also the commentary in this article. It doesn't have a lot of commentary. It only has 17 comments. Let's see if he left it up here. He did. Read what Wolf has to say about this. Because he goes on a fucking tear on these people. One guy says here, Wolf, the U.S. still uses more oil than it can currently produce and imports 7 to 8 million barrels per day from Saudi Arabia. And this is the argument that we're a net importer, not a net exporter of oil and gas. And Wolf goes in there and just fucking tears them to pieces. And you should know this stuff. Like, it's important because we get played against each other. If like you guys, we're all fighting with each other. I don't like you, you don't like me, and in reality, we don't even know who the fuck's actually putting us at each other's throats and using us for their own sound bites or parroting or regurgitation, when the reality is actually firmly fucking different than. That's a very nice. Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, baby, take that bad boy out. Oh yeah, nice little fucking print to the upside right here. Very nice. Nice pump. Nice pump. Very, very nice. Like it. And that's your first pump right here. Here's your second pump right here. Nice, nice. Bullish, bullish, baby. Can we even bring this higher now? Can we do something like this maybe? That would be nice. Or something like this down here. Something really nice. New flows. Start cranking this bad boy up. Remember that the target at the end of the day today, now that we did that big dump, is 7.55. And it's actually higher. It's 757 at this point. But I don't think we're going to hit that until the Monday high. Or Sunday high, or the daily high on Monday. And we'll talk more about that, right? Think about this in my head. Think about this in your head. I'll leave you with this. If you're a free member, I'll leave you with this. If we have, when I said to you earlier this week, I said, we likely won't get an unclench until OPEX, right? Run up the flagpole, trade 760, right? If there's new information coming out with the minutes and the announcement of that task force, there's a potential that they're going to try to run this fucker up before we get to OPEX. And so that would mean we would trade the 760, which would be 5 or 657, maybe 59. Before we get to OPEX, because there's fear that the unclench comes before. So you get a print early. All right. I'll talk to you guys in just a minute. I got the new squawker on. I am here, guys.
So the US posts notice of UE export terms in Federal Register. So the US is to allow UE to receive advanced computing items license free. SK Hynix American Depository shares open at $170 versus offering price of $149 in Nasdaq debut. And that SK Hynix opening 14% above offer price after $26.5 billion ADR sale. I-24 news reporter on X says that the citing or looking at satellite images says that the aircraft carrier Lincoln and Bush are very close to the shores of Iran, within possible missile range from Iran.
God damn, I'm good, huh? Woo! Look at that over there. Wee-haw! Bam, 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 bam. No, these are all good. Everything is good. It's all bullish. It's all fine. See how they whisper that shit in your ear? 0-8 traders are losing traders. Oh boy. I can't wait to show the trades for this year. At the end of year. 0-8 traders and fucking losing traders. My fucking dick. Maybe some of them, or maybe a lot of them are. Oh shit, thanks. I was just showing Aaron my 0-8 trading for the year. It's pretty good. All right. I know the argument is that 0-8 traders don't make money, but that's fucking bullshit. All right. Thanks, brother. Yes, sir. All right. I'll talk to you in a bit later. Bye. All right. Here we go. Oh, shit. I still have a hot mic. Check 1, 2. Okay. Let's take a look at this really quick. It's following along fairly well here, right? We got the big drop in here. We got a nice little high right here. Opening the door. Got a nice little fucking cup and handle right here. It's pretty beautiful, right? Cup. Get the handle, or that's the cup, and then we're trying to get what next? The handle, right? Up in here, maybe trade something like this. Now, the other thing that's going on here is we have 12 p.m. flows, and I want to show you something else that's going on here. Bumpy road kind of time, right? We get this new tool on Trade the Trigger, and this is real time. It's pretty fucking cool. And look what we're doing again up here. We're coming back up into the bumpy road again, right? You see it right here. And in this particular instance, we have SPY, not SPX. And we've got 755 as the target up here, right? But at the same time, it's a bumpy road again, right? We know that right now that's bumpy road. You guys want to see some other tickers on this thing? It's kind of cool. Should we do
Tim is going to expecting the WASD data of corn and stocks forecast 1,000.
Everybody likes NVDA, right? We'll do NVDA.
960 million. Corn exports.
Can I get NVDA in this one? I don't know if I'm on the right level for this or not. I know some people have different levels for this thing. Ooh, yeah. I guess I do have full access. Do I or don't I? Maybe I don't. I might not have it.
And corn end stocks.
Let me just check here.
1,889.5 million, prior 1,960 million.
No, not yet. I don't have it for this yet. I think this is still on. Yeah, it's still on SPY. It's still not ready for NVDA yet, but it is working on SPY and SPX. Excuse me here. Just give me a second. Check SPY again. Now, is it working now? Go back down there. It's working again. We'll have to get this thing working for everything here. And look where we are right now. We're kind of at that same place right here, right? Bumpy road, bumpy road. Now, what else is interesting about this? When we go above it, nice little back test. We can break out and away from it, right? Same kind of a thing in here, so you can see it. This is actually SPY, I believe. So if we can bump above this and back test it successfully, potentially we could go higher. And then just check this 0 to 8 right here. And I think that's the 753 and then the 755 right here. So we need to be above 753 if we're going to try to like trade up and trade that 755 into the end of the day. And what else is cool here is on this one date, this has improved. I want you to see this because this has improved the past couple days. And I think it has to do with this whole like rate thing. And the Senate hearings are early next week. So what's fascinating is after the 755, if we can get above the 753 to trade the 755, there's still the risk of a pullback. Hold on here. I'm in trouble now. I'm getting yelled at. Hold on. Give me one quick second here, guys. So it actually does work with NVDA. I just didn't refresh my page here. There's new code that came out earlier this morning, and I'm working on the old code right now, the beta release of this. So, yeah, it does work. All right, I know, Bork, it works. It works. I was working on the beta. I was working on the beta, bitch, so I apologize. I'll go back and show it with NVDA. But what's fascinating about this SPY thing is that this has changed, okay? And I think they're trying to push the issue earlier in week than later in week. I could be wrong on this, but still be targeting like Friday OpEx. But I have a feeling they're trying to run this fucker up the pole instead of on OpEx day, maybe Monday. So we could get some ramping going on in the future here. Let's go back and do NVDA now. Give me a second here. Let me just turn it off. Hold on here. Turn that down. Sorry, this is JPM. Let me switch down here for a minute for you guys while I set this thing up. And I'll bring back the NVDA version of this here in just a minute. Just to give you guys a taste of it. Please bear with me today. I'm going to be coughing and hacking, and I went to the emergency room last night until 5:30 this morning. Dehydrated. I usually take care of myself in the morning. I'll wake up and I'll drink like a gallon of water and throw lozenges, all that kind of stuff. And I got home very late. I haven't slept. So bear with me today if you can. Thankfully, it's a Friday. Let's see if we can do this now. Top right-hand side. And if we have time, If you're a member, you already get to do this on your own. But if we have time today, I'll try to go through some of this stuff while we're charting out your favorite tickers. NVDA, a free snapshot. Let's see if it's loading from. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Do you know what it's worth? Check that shit out. Look at that NVDA. Isn't there perfect right there, right? Buy here, sell there. I like that a lot. I dig it. I'm down with it. Pretty neato. At any rate, you can see NVDA here, and it shows all the information, all the 0 dates, 1 dates, 0 dates on. We'll look at NVDA 0 dates here. 210 is the target, and then we'll also look at the 1 date to see if that's improved for money. Maybe they're pushing this one up. We got 210 on 1 dates. That's 0 date. On 1 date, it persists. And then on 2 dates, I'm not seeing any kind of rolling here. 3 dates, that one up, 205. And then on OPEX, 220. On OPEX is the target from now until Friday. This potentially could get ramped too. Like you could see this ramp on into Monday and Tuesday, I believe. So anyway, it's kind of neat. Neat visualizer, neat tool, and we keep building this thing out. Bork keeps adding new tools to the Gamma regime, and where you should be buying and selling and that kind of stuff. So check that out if you can. Hold on, I'm getting yelled at again. I'm getting yelled at again. I'm doing something wrong here. Hold on. Yeah, hold on here. I don't want. That's what I said this morning. I'm like, I don't want to get on stream. I'm all woozy right now, and then immediately get on stream. Oh, hold on. What happened here? Uh-oh. King Cuck, I'll check right here, brother. I just got a text from you. I got you. Hang tight here, guy. Where did that happen? Where's my correct messages? Excuse me. There. No, not like that. Hold on. This. King Cuck, if you're listening right now, I will I'm working on it right now. I don't know what happened, but I'm going to check. I know that in the background we were at one point someone was a member of the Discord. I don't know if you were dragged into that or not, but we were trying to identify a member that was trying to poach our members. So we're trying to seek out what was the bot and stuff. You might have been swept up in that. It's possible. This back over here. This has already been hit. We don't need to hit this anymore. That's already been done right there. This one was done right here. That's all good. Now we're looking up. Now there's something here to talk about. We could do this like grinding thing into this when you were looking at that visualizer. So just keep an eye on the 753 right here. You can see that on the 753, they keep trying to block. Not block, but there's a rejection up here at 753. 72 and a half.
10 seconds.
Another one over here, right? See it? And we cannot trade 755 until we get above 753. And hold it with some new highs and then start working our way up.
22 million high of the forecast of 715 million. So
I think we do the slow grind up to the 755 up here. We won't hit this until the close. So just be, so I would look at this like, what's the best way to explain this? So if you want, an easy way to look at this would be, right where we are. You're just going to draw a big box right here. Right here. As long as we're above this, you can trade 755, but you have to have stops underneath this green box right here, okay? You have to have stops underneath this green box. They will attempt to fucking send you to the depths of hell here. So these two green boxes is your base right now to go up and higher. Let me see if I can explain this a better way here. So see right here? This is the major gamma wall. See this right here? Remember this? You guys remember all this? This is the map for the week. And I remember I said to you, we're going to come into Friday and we're going to try to persist above this major gamma wall. And what happens at the end of the day? Do you know? Gamma rolls off, right? Simplified. You take a position. We're going up. And the dealer, once you're done buying your position, they're done chasing you if they're forced into it, they'll delta hedge you. That means they go against your trade. Like, I am long, so they're selling against you. Now, once they no longer have to hedge that position against you, what happens at the end of the day on a Friday, on a next large expiry? So if you're parked up here, why are we parked up here? Do you know? It's like when we no longer have to delta hedge this position, when we come into a close on a Friday, we can ramp, can't we? We can actually print these positions. See this up here too, this dotted line that I got going on up here? And it might happen before we get out of today. Sometimes it happens at the end of the day. Like sometimes it happens early day, sometimes it happens end of day, and sometimes it happens when they don't have to pay you, right? They'll like slip it up here after the bell, then Monday, Tuesday, Sunday, whoop, we're up here. So, under normal circumstances, I would say to you, maybe on Friday we close here, and then on Monday we do a little pop-up, right? Whoop. And then they grind us all week long, maybe send us down for a minute, maybe even send us down like a down Tuesday, and then we don't print this until Friday, right? Pop X. Right? Even if it fails. And you now have this big range for earnings season, right? But there's a fly in the ointment. And this is persisting, isn't it? You see how they like shot this thing down? Fuck you, no. Right? And why are we doing this early? If I'm already telling you that this shouldn't happen until right here, and maybe they squeeze it up after the bell or Monday high, why are we doing this early right now? I think it's because there's new information in the market. We have a Senate hearing coming up soon. And I would tell you on your own to look at Jerome Powell last time he went to a Senate hearing. I believe it was 2022 or 2023, and he threatened to raise rates. You should see what took place in price action. Now, he didn't say we're going into a hiking regime, but he said he sees rates being higher in the future. And so I think this week when Warsh comes out and talks the market down, he has the opportunity to do that this week and warn of cuts, but how those cuts are taken, or if he can parlay that into we're not in a hiking regime, we're just going to do 1 or 2 this year. Here's your one, here's your second one. Or if he tells people that we are entering a hiking regime, that would be perceived taken not well. The reason I'm saying that is because I have a feeling that they're trying to push this before we get to OPEX. So if let's say you're looking for this high print, let's just say that's Friday. Let's say it's Monday, but let's go to an hour. We can actually make it. So here's Friday over here, right? Right there, 1600. And you got like, we'll do it. We'll do it over here, bro. So there might be a little bit of like unwinding now early. And why is that? Because there's different people in the markets trying to do different things, right? So, right? So if they do it here, it's like perfecto for earnings season, and it's perfecto to sell, right? To sell calls against. But if we have a potentially bad thing happening maybe on Tuesday, maybe they front run it so they can get the high up here early before the Warsh testimony. So maybe it's persistent and we get front run. So no, I'm going to say to you that if I'm telling you by this Friday that should happen, and if this happens like Monday at the close or Tuesday open, you fucking take the money for the summer trade early. Does that make sense? Early. There's no like, oh, Cap, I'm long, I'm making bank here, and I'm going to wait for this now. You know what I mean? Like now it's going to be way up here. It's 70s. I would be taking the money for the summer trade up here on Monday, Tuesday, and I would be hedging that Tuesday event potentially. That could be something that actually ends the bull run for summer early. Make sense? You see how they're front running this right now? This is like telling you. This is telling you that they're front running this earlier than what they're supposed to be doing it over here. So just be aware of that as we move forward from here. And what you can do if you want to take a long here, I would have a second screener open with. 7555 as your base to trade into the close, and on Monday, Tuesday high, 76, a failure of 7600. I don't think we're actually going to do the 7600. I think as soon as we get up there, they're going to try to fucking sell calls on you. Make sense? So it looks like they're front running this. If they get us up here anytime Monday, Tuesday earlier than being up here on this OPEX, I would hedge that event on Tuesday. Make sense? So new information right now, right? That could potentially be material. So this looks like front running to me. Target end of day 755. And I really think by Tuesday there's potential for like 57 and a half would be the safe high. If we get 80 or 9 if we get 758 or 759 and a half, that's just extra. Just call it that they might front run 757.50 on SPY by Tuesday high. Potentially, like the opening bell, 9:30 in the morning. So just be aware of that too. They potentially front run this, and we look for an exit of risk early next week before OPEX. Call it Tuesday open. Some roughly in there. Here's your base. This is where you jump off. If you want to get long, if you think we go up and into the day, this is the place right here. This is the basis for the bulls. All of this, nothing else. If we lose this, we're going to the depths of hell. And the closer we get to close, the closer we can hold this. You could also see calls coming into the market too. What they'll do is they'll try to roll their calls higher with this move. You'll get like panic buying and shit like that. They'll start rounding off the 77s, 7700s, 7800s, and 7600s. Yeah, it's so my throat is like this right now because I was in the hospital last night. I didn't have anything to drink in the hospital either, like no water or anything. Like I lost my voice in the ER. I was in there for 6 fucking hours last night. No water, no nothing. I actually had my wife go get me water and bring it to me. Fucking love her. Totally fucking hooked me up. Like middle of the night, went to the store, got me water. She the machines weren't working in the ER for some reason to get water or something. And so I apologize for how I look and how I sound and also how I'm acting. I'm a little loopy as well right now. I guess my weekend's fucked too. Oh God, it sucked bad. You know what else is weird about the ER last night? I've been in ERs where they plan out a security area. Last time I was in that ER, there was no security. When I went last night, it was really bizarre. They like set up a security station in like the lobby, and it was really fucking wonky. I was really, really freaked out by it too. That we're turning into that world. Like, there's no security at my doctor's office. Why is there fucking security here? Or maybe you have 2 ER entrances, one for the normal people and one for like the people that are there for crime, maybe, or something. They're maybe get pulled over for something, or they beat somebody up or something. I don't know why they're just mixing that in with me. And I pay insurance, so I'm pissy about it, like kind of stinky about it right now. They did whisk me away to a private part of the hospital once they got me booked in. I didn't wait in that room or anything. They just like grabbed me and I left. Like no waiting. They were just like gone. I have like Cadillac insurance and shit, but I still don't like it that I had to walk through it because I pay that money for that insurance. I was a little pissed off about it. But they did give me a private room. It was really nice. I had my own doctor, all that kind of shit. They didn't have access to a cardiologist or something. So they had to get a cardiologist. That took fucking forever. To review my whatever they had, their machine on me up down my legs and stuff to my balls and stuff like that, checking my veins. I'm fine though. I'm alive. I'm not gonna die. Yeah, the ER sucked. I couldn't believe how long I was in there too. You know, it's fucked up. Like, for some reason, I don't know a lot of doctors here in Detroit. Everywhere I've lived, I've known doctors. It's the first place I've ever lived where I've never become friends with a bunch of doctors. Everywhere I've lived, I've had like private doctors, private hospital shit, that kind of stuff. And I do private hospital stuff here too. And, like, if I need a test done or something, I will. I don't bother with my GP. But I don't know. Detroit reminds me a lot of like the healthcare in New Mexico. The healthcare in New Mexico is terrible too. You have to meet private doctors there and go to their offices and stuff for everything. I'm not happy at all with the care in Michigan. I've had really nice care in other places in the country. People, yeah, there we go. Let's try to hit that one right there. Nice little bumpy road up there.
Gone too far as news reporter citing a source close to the Iranian negotiating team indicating that
just a bumpy ride here.
Round of talks between Iran and the US.
This is the whole basis for uptrade. This green box right here. This green box right. I'm going to carry this across the rest of the day today, just so you know. It's like I will carry this across all day long. This has to hold this green box right here for the up. And this is the base of it, just so you know. If we begin to lose it, your stops are underneath this white line. There's another place down here that could potentially take your, could pop up here, come back down, and then back up again. We have to pay attention as well today to 130 to 230 for Vixpiration. For the daily Vixpiration in here. We're on 130 though. Push this over a little bit. Ooh, baby. Do you know what it's worth? We'll just keep this over here. Just so that we can be awares if we get a drop in here. How deep it is.
Also,
and we'll put that across.
By FARS deny the reports about the finalization of preparations for negotiations in Islamabad.
Note that we are targeting right now 7,600 ultimately, or 7.575 on SPX. It looks like we're front running a target for next Friday by Monday close, Tuesday open. That's what it looks like. If I was trying to sell calls, I would want. So if I was trying to sell calls and I'm like, oh my God, I want to sell them now by Tuesday or Monday close, I need to like take my thumb off and allow price to go up so that I can go up there and hammer that shit and sell more calls to you. Right? So just be aware of that. We're probably front running this. This could mean that the summer trade is over earlier as well. So if we're looking for the summer trade to print on the 18th, we may be trying to print this shit on the 14th, 15th. Just be awares, okay? Tell all your fucking friends out there. Insurance is not fucking cheap. I really have to make a lot of money. Like, if you guys don't believe that I don't trade to make money, like, there's no fucking math that makes sense where I don't have to trade by not having not because I don't have a job. There's no world where I don't have to trade. There really isn't. The subscriptions don't pay at all for like my life or my lifestyle or my wife and kids and all that kind of stuff. The insurance, as you know, is fucking stupid. And then I got insurance on kids. I got insurance for cars for 3 people. Then I pay for fucking college for the oldest. There's just no way of fucking around it. Like I have to trade. It's so goddamn expensive. Like life for me is so expensive. I can't wait till my children leave and don't cost me this much money. Get up there and give me that fucking print, baby. Get up there and slap the fuck out of it up there. Hold on. There's just no way around it. Like in today's day and age, like in this K-shaped economy, you have to fucking trade, I think, or have a full-time job that pays well, one or the other, with full benefits. I don't know how kids do it today. I honestly don't. I don't know. Like I told you guys this like a week or two ago, right? Like I made 20 years ago, before that, even before my kids, I was making I think I was making 130 to 160 a year, and my wife was making roughly that, 120 maybe. And my wife and I recently looked at the inflation on that, and it's fucking stupid. It's like you'd have to be making a $250,000 each, you and your wife, or your husband and husband, wife and husband. You guys basically need to make today about 500 grand total. And if you live in the wrong place, you are poor. You are the fucking poor. Like if you live in like a nice place, because during those years I was living in like LA, I was living in fucking Vail and Park City and Santa Fe and all these cool ass places. That shit's that's as expensive, if not more expensive, than New York and San Fran. Like if you live in Vail, Colorado, it's more expensive than San Francisco. I was paying $20 for a fucking burger 20 years ago. Longer than that, 25 years ago. I was paying $20 for a fucking burger in Vail at that time period. So I don't know how the fuck kids do it today. Like, I'm thinking about, like, how do you raise kids today? I don't even know if you can be a small business person today. Like, can you, like, think about being a small businessman on, like, a Main Street, USA, and you and your wife have to make a fucking $500,000? That's outrageous. And I had insurance back then, too, by the way. So kids are fucking buku expensive. They're fucking so stupidly expensive. It's not even funny. Okay, so we have let's look at this really quick. We got a break higher, rejection, but we were told, yes, the way is higher. They tried to send it down again. We put in a higher low. That's good. All bullish. We're now trying to base up here. So you're just looking to buy dips down here, okay? It's nice and easy. Any of this stuff, every time we hit some of this resistance, you're just waiting to buy something down here, okay? And we're likely going to grind this out. Remember that there's some danger around 1:30 to 2 p.m. Any kind of like nasty unclenching potential is at about 1:30 p.m. I don't know if it'll happen or not, but there's potential for it. This is R1. I'll pull this back here for you for a minute. I think. How big is this fucking thing? Pull that thing back here. Get that going into like next week and shit. Pull this back right here. Just so we can see where it's at. Also note here that God, I sound like dick. Also note here that we have resistance at R1 at 753.92. So just be careful of as we come up in here that they try to roll this thing over. You know, and then we have to like fight to get back up above R1. It would be nice to see a little, like at least something like this, and then maybe something back down here to the 5, and then to get above over here. Then we tag that PT1 into 130. And then maybe they dump us and we try to do PT2 into the close. Something like that. If you're not long right now, just hang out down here and just wait. Don't fuck with this down here over here. This is FOMOville up here. Oh, there goes my fucking goddamn dogs. What's up, goddamn dogs? You know I'm the only one that loves you, right? I should pull this back a little bit. You remember I feed you the I'm the one that feeds you the pork bones, bros. Yeah, sorry. You have to deal with me. What's up, Tampa Bay Buckeye? What's up, brother? Fuck me, man. Like, you know what the option 3 is for me to move right now? Miami. There are a lot of tech people down there. I don't want to move there, though, because I'm married. I don't want to live in Miami with my wife and kids, man. If I was single, I would live down there. But, like, I think I was talking to Doggone It about the other day, and I was like, he's like, you know, I was going to Miami. I'm like, I can't go there. I already know why I can't go there. Oda Nabunga, your birthday's next week. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, brother. I want to fucking Oda Nabunga. I want to fucking sell the fuck out of the market, man, on like Monday, Tuesday open 9:30, brother. I think it could be something that could be no one's expecting it. And if we get high enough into that moment, like puts will be dirt fucking cheap. I gotta watch the puts. I gotta watch the vol curve between now and then too. Make sure the puts aren't increasing in value at the same time. See when the dealers start pricing that shit in. Fort Lauderdale is fine. It's a little bit less crazy. I'm not into that scene. Like, I'm not into that like drive sports cars and slick tier and like the Guido shit. I'm not into it. Too hot and humid. Like New York I love, but at the same time, New York I don't like the seasons. New York can become really too much, like overload. I'm getting older. I like the idea of Silicon Beach. I guess like everybody's leaving the smaller tech hubs and they're moving back to, instead of going to the valley, they're going just out. They're not going to the beach either. They're not going to the beach in LA. They're going to the valley. There's like a whole group of like ex Class B tech hub workers that have been congregating there. I guess they originally left Silicon Valley, San Fran. They spread it all over the country, and now they're like leaving those places and they're congregating again in a new place. I was thinking about going there too. I used to live in LA, but I have no interest in living in Santa Monica or on the beach, Malibu, Venice, any of those areas, Marina Del Rey, MDR, any of those places. I could be interested in living in the valley. When I was living there too, you know what's fascinating is my age group. When I lived in LA, they were all leaving West LA to raise families in like Silver Lake, Miracle Mile, all those areas. Those were all getting gentrified by my generation. And from what I hear, they're all there right now. It's like I gotta go back, maybe meet up with them or something. What is it called? DTCC? I'll look that up. I'm open to moving to Florida. I'm not gonna say no to like just no, like abjectly say no. That's why I've been traveling to look at places. I want to see them in person. I want that fucking, you know, it's like what was the movie with Good Will Hunting? You know, like he's a really smart guy, but has he ever fucking been to the Sistine Chapel? No, and you'll never understand what that means unless you've been there, right? So like anybody can tell you whatever, but for your own personal experience or your own personal decisions, I think sometimes it's better to go and at least experience the place. You live in Pensacola or Destin? I've had people say no to Destin because of the water. It's too dirty. It's not clean enough. I know it's like muddy Gulf water, but it's not like that Anne Maria fucking sexiness. I love San Diego. If I had one place in the... All right, so how about this? If I was rich, if I was fucking rich, I think if you have money, I'll be honest with you, if you have money, like real money, you're going to live in LA and you're going to probably live in LA and New York City. And what you'll do is you would stay in hotels wherever else you want to be for the rest of the year. You can even get they're called private residences. They're like a hotel, but they're private. So you don't have to maintain a house. You get like full service housekeeping. You get full service butlers. I've been in those hotels, believe it or not. You can ask people. There's actually someone here that was with me in one of those hotels, a private hotel. It was like being in a. He described it as being in a John Wick movie, for real. I brought a guy from our group to a private hotel, and we were in there, and we left, and he was like, "Was I just in a Matrix movie or a fucking John Wick movie?" I was like, "You kind of think you were." Watch out for the drop in here. So if you had that kind of money, that's where you would live, like L.A., New York, and then you would start thinking about other cities like Mexico City, Saint-Tropez, Paris, for other homes, maybe a house in Vail or something like that, right? I think that's where you would live if you had that kind of money. Now, saying that, I think San Diego is one of the best fucking places in the whole country to live. I love San Diego. It's got everything. Like if you have like perfection, it's probably San Diego. Like if you're like weren't that rich, like the fuck you money rich, I think San Diego is a fucking great city. I love it. I think it's probably the best of all worlds. Matter of fact, I spoke to my sister-in-law the other day. My brother-in-law works for Elon. He's like very high up, and he's like right with Elon. And true story. And not just him. I have other family members and close friends from decades that have been working for Elon since the beginning. When I asked them, I asked I was asked a family member about it. And my sister-in-law, I'm like, where would you live if you could live anywhere with money wasn't an issue? And she said Berkeley. And I was like, fuck Berkeley. I was like, fucking, she's got kids and stuff. But I'm like, really? Berkeley would be the place? I'm like, oh, God. I'm like, you'd really pick Berkeley if you had all the money in the world? I don't believe her. I think she's lying to me. I think she's fucking lying. Like she's an academic too. So I'm like, yeah, I understand living there because you're an academic or a student. But other than that, why the fuck would you choose to live in Berkeley? Yeah, I don't know. Just me, maybe. We're going to bring this one up right here, right about there. Fucking Berkeley. God damn, can't win. Some shit my wife would say to me. Remember, this is the one right here. This is the key. Should I change this color maybe? I'll make this a different kind of green. We'll make it, nope, I don't like that one. Fuck it, we'll make it purple. Yeah, I know the bulls love that color, purple. It's like Easter around here. Easter in July. Ramadan in July, purple. Nice little target right here. Just trying to get somewhere down here to buy a dip. We're just like, this is an instant rejection. That's good to see. This is all good. All looks great. Remember 130. Let's do this one in yellow right here. Just as a warning flag. There's another warning flag right there. Now, normally I would expect this to produce some kind of a corrective move, but we still haven't done the actual up move yet on the handle. This is still part of the handle here. So if we can do something like this, maybe. I would really like to see something like this. Something like that right there. For the next one, somewhere right in there, just like that. There's your PT1. PT1 is actually 755, but we'll make that PT2 because you're gonna get a lot of fighting up here. There'll be sellers. There'll be sellers up in there. We're gonna try to match the high back here. We can see a 1, 2, 3, and then bam, straight up. If you want to know what I'm doing here, if you want to know what I'm trying to do here, it's like this. 1, 2, 3. You grab these guys right here. Party time. Purple. Through the fiber, you got a purple name too. You're good. If you get really rich, you're not going to live with other rich people. If I can help it, the last thing I want is for them to know or think that I'm rich. I always want them to think that I'm the window washer. That's hard. I've struggled with that. You want some full transparency? I'll give it to you. I struggle living. So I live in Detroit. I make more money than most people in Detroit. Most IRS returns. I'm really high up there. It's easier in Detroit for me to blend in because what I try to do living here is my mantra in Detroit is it's not my dream, it's theirs. So any way I can empower someone from Detroit to live their dream, I do, and I actually live like that. I have friends. I think I've had them on the show in the past. I had one friend, the black guy named Fox. I had him on a late night show once. We were smoking weed or something. This was a long time ago. But living in Detroit, what I try to do here is I try to support my friends' dreams here and whatever they want to do, and I don't bring up what I want to do. I never do. Never bring up like it's never about me. It's about Detroit. But I do a lot of traveling. I have a lot of friends, and I encounter a lot of different people in my life that are not Detroiters, and I struggle with that. I struggle with it because there is class difference, and when it becomes more and more glaring, you start having less and less in common with people. And when someone finds out how much money you make, it makes people angry. If you're not a part of the bottom part of the K, it can make people very angry. Brings up a bunch of different feelings, thoughts, and stuff like that. So you start to get like pushed out of that class that you belong to, and you don't belong to the rich class. Because if you're a self-made man or self-made woman, and you didn't come from a golden spoon or whatever, you fit into the socioeconomic class that you came from. But then you start not fitting in with that socioeconomic class, and you don't quite fit in with the wealthier class either. And that can be a real struggle. Truthfully, I know it sounds like that's a white privileged fucking wealthy person's problem, but it really is a problem, truthfully. And it can be. And so then you have to prove your wealth to the next class up, and then you have to join that class. And some of those people are not going to like you. They're not even going to want to talk to you, or they might be competing with you too. So it can be a struggle when you're not trying, but when you break between socioeconomic classes. So, and it's always easier for you to stay with your socioeconomic class. You don't want people to know that you make money and shit like that, like you're saying. I read what your comment was. You kind of have to do that to an extent. But then when you're being pushed out and up into a different class, that gets as can be painful as well. Especially when you're self-made. Like if you're a business person, you're already making more money than other people. Like I've got interests in real estate. I've got other businesses. I've got fucking companies everywhere. So even then I experience like non-class acceptance sometimes. Sometimes I do. Like I have friends that are, higher class people than I am. Very wealthy people that are my friends. But in that group though, not in that group itself, but in that class of people, frequently not accepted for a multitude of reasons. I get told all kinds of stupid shit like, why do you live there? Like, why do you live in Detroit? Why are you doing this? Why is your friend like that? And then I try to bring my friends in those groups. I can explain this better. So I have a friend, he's an heir to Procter & Gamble, and he's very wealthy. He's got a job, sells medical equipment, does very well for himself. But whenever I'm in his presence, I never feel like I belong. Like I never feel comfortable. I never feel like I belong hanging out with him or his family and friends. The people that he hangs out with are like fucking like old Nantucket Red, old Michigan has this Nantucket Red thing too, where it's like the old Dow families all congregate in Michigan. I don't know if you know that, but like Michigan has one of the wealthiest zip codes in the entire country. Like Beverly Hills kind of money, San Fran kind of money, New York kind of money. It's called Bloomfield Hills. And it's all this old school money, like Dow company money. And these people have been here generationally since like the fucking Fords came to town. I feel weird in that group. And so think about that for your old friends. Let's say you come from like a lower socioeconomic class and now you're moving up and they don't feel comfortable with you. Like you don't feel comfortable with them. And that can be a struggle. There we go. Dude, I'm fucking calling this shit like a gangster. You see that right there? Fucking gangster. What's going on here? Why am I trading so well right now? Let's see that little hanging down there. My God, look at that right there. That beauty. Check that shit out right there. Go on down there. Get it on down there. That weakness going. Get that nice little pop up here. See that right there? So, when is the shoe going to drop and I'm going to have a big ass failure? And that persists when you're moving up too. Like you start moving up and being like, okay, I got like now my friends they feel weird around me. So you got to move up. And one of the things with my friends in my socioeconomic group, a lot of my friends are not from my socioeconomic group. I actually try to take care of them. So they don't like it. They get mad at me sometimes, but I tell them like fully, I'm like, look, man, I'm with you, not them. So I'm like, and I know this is weird, and I know you can't afford to do this, so I'm going to pay for it. Just don't tell anybody. I really have those conversations with some of my friends. I'm like, let's just go do this. I know that if I was making what you're making, I couldn't do this, and I just happen to be able to do it, so let me pay for it. And then everything seems to smooth out. And my real friends, like people that I've always known that kind of know that I have money, like I tell nobody that any new people I meet, I don't tell anybody. But then like my old friends that are like know that I've done well in my life, they've been fine with it. But I have to talk to them. Like I have to have literal conversations with them. Like, dude, don't worry about this. Just like let me pay for this. Like just don't. And that's worked out well. It's kept me rational and grounded and all that stuff. And anyways. If you ever make money, man, it gets fucking weird, and it's not easy. Yeah, Beast, I'm with you. You know that they're here, right? This is all pinning action now, right? We're like stuck in here, parked. See how I parked right now? Like grind. Maybe we can get an unclench up here. I think it's potentially we could like smash this right here, and then maybe a nice little unclench, and then we like come in to like the 2-3 o'clock, and they run it up the pole, But I'm with you, Beast. We're pinning right now. Parking, consolidating above this purple bar. The Bulls. The Bulls. What do they call them? Bulltards or something? We call this the Bulltard Purple. Yeah, it's better for you not to tell anybody. Don't tell anyone. It's better not to say anything. I hate talking about money. I fucking hate it. Like I fucking hate it. And it's hard to. Everyone thinks it's easy to have money. It's not. Like you have to manage it, you have to protect it. Fucking. If you think you pay junk fees, like junk fees are for poor people, fuck no. There's like junk fees for rich people too, or wealthy people, or upper middle class people. There's all kinds of more problems. Nobody gives a fuck about you. Like try to return something. It's by the way, this satisfied that. This was good enough right here. That was this one. This is fine. We're going up. And just talking about money sucks. Like it just fucking blows. And then people come out of the woodwork. People think you have more money than you do. They think you owe them, and they try to trick you into shit, or they might try to like fucking blackmail you. You name it. It runs the gamut. So, and remember too, I'm a big fish in a small pond. I live in one of the cheapest places to live in the U.S. Like I min-max that shit. I live here in Detroit intentionally for part of that reason. I was in debt. I was robbing Peter to pay Paul. I was in the system. I was working a job, all the usual shit everybody's in, where you're in the machine, right? You're an able-bodied human. You're going to go to school as much as we can get you to go to school, make a bunch of money, make me money as your boss. And then when you get hurt or sick, you're going to die and lose everything. They're going to wash me out of the system. So I made an active decision years ago. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I don't want to be part of this fucking machine. I'm going to move to the cheapest fucking place I can find. And I'm going to pay off all my goddamn debt. And that's what I did. Like, I suffered. My life sucked for years. Like, 5 fucking years. It took me like 5 years to pay all my debt down. It took me 5 years to own a home, like, outright. Like, I own this fucking thing forever. No more mortgages, no more fucking debt, no more fucking credit cards, no more loans, no more auto loans, all of it. Like, everything went straight cash, and I reset my life. And it blew. It fucking sucked. I lived like a fucking pauper. But I did that because of this. Where I am today is because directly related to making those choices. And I live well today because I live in fucking Detroit. Like it's not that expensive to live here, like it is in other places, or the lifestyle I was accustomed to. And I don't have the services that I'd once had too. There's trade-offs to all this shit. And like people, like then you have like what people think about you, or preconceived notions of who you are. We are at risk of squeezing. Just a heads up to you out there. We are at risk of squeezing to the upside. Try to knock some of this stuff out up here. At least this one right here. And there's a lot of like I feel like I should be saying more stuff to you guys because I'm not quite candy coating this stuff, but there's more. It's more complicated and more facets to all of this stuff. Like you got to remember, like my mother-in-law fucking hated me while I was moving my family here. I had CPS called on me once when I first moved here. I bought a house. So I bought a house here, and I was from a very wealthy background, and from where I'm from, when I was telling my friends there what I was doing, they were like, "This is amazing! It's awesome! It's like an adventure. You're gonna love it, right? It's gonna be great." So I moved to Detroit. I buy an old Sears Craftsman home, Sears and Roebuck's Craftsman home that was a kit. So I bought this house, and I'm telling my friends out west, I'm like, I'm gonna move the wife and kids there. I'm gonna rebuild this whole entire house. I'm gonna get an RV. I'm gonna put them in the RV. I'm gonna rebuild this house in the summer. Then we're gonna move into the basement. And we're gonna live in there for the winter, and then we're gonna finish the upstairs through the winter. And then the kids and me and my wife are gonna have this kick-ass like experience in Detroit on my own fucking acre of land and this beautiful house. I got trees and all this beautifulness, right? So I do that. I fucking move to Detroit. I start ripping this house to pieces down to the stud. I put the RV in the yard. I hook up the sewer hook up the waste thing to the sewer in the house. I hook up the water to the RV. I get a temporary fucking construction meter in the backyard or something. I hook up the power to that. And I'm out there all summer long working, and, it's fucking got guys working for me. The kids are running around everywhere. It's this great time. It's like everything from a scene in a movie. The fall comes and the winter comes. I move the family into the basement. I install a kitchen in the basement. I install a bathroom, shower, everything, heat, you name it. I get a knock on the door. I get a knock on the fucking door. This is real. This really happened. So I get a knock, and my wife opens the door. I'm sitting at my dining room table eating with my children, completely sober, just eating dinner with my kids, doing normal things. And a CPS agent came downstairs. Kid you not. And she's talking, says, can I speak to you and stuff? So we start chatting with her. And she starts to interview me. And she's asking me like really fucked up questions. And I'm like, we have to like start over here. So I'm talking to her, and I'm like, she's like, you can't do this. And I'm like, well, why not? I'm like, this is great. Like, I'm like putting money in the city. I'm rebuilding the house. And I'm like, and she's like, this is not normal. And I'm like, well, I'm not from here. And she's like, what do you mean you're not from here? And I'm like, well, I'm from out west. I'm like, I came here from fucking, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm like, I'm just moving into the city, and I figured this would be normal. Like, come in, rebuild this house, and it's an adventure, treating it like a vacation almost. And we had to do 2 more interviews. Of course, the kids are great. They interviewed the kids and stuff. And what happened was it was an anonymous tip. Like someone called on me. It could have been a family member, a friend, someone I met in Michigan. And I had to move. I had to move my family out of that house, rent a house while I finished up the construction on this house. And I didn't not live in a house while I was building this one because I couldn't afford it. I just thought the experience for my kids and me and my wife would be awesome. And she was like, and when this whole thing went away, of course, but even when it went away, 2 things happened. She's like, you'll forever be in the system for this. She's like, once you're called on, that's it. You're in the system forever. I was like, that sucks. That's bullshit. But the other thing was, she had thought that we were just homeless, and rightfully so. For being in Detroit, it is abnormal to be doing what I was doing, and I didn't understand that context. When I first got here, I was like, this is gonna be great. Like, this is an adventure. And this woman was like, if people had to do this in Detroit, they would feel like they were homeless. I'm like, fuck no. I feel like I'm camping right now, like I'm on a vacation. So needless to say, when you make those choices, there are bad consequences. Bad things do happen. People don't agree with what you're doing, think you're crazy or whatever. And where I'm from out west, everyone I knew thought it was like the coolest thing. Like, this is the cat's meow, what you're doing. I wish we could do it. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, and I know it's acceptable. I got the idea because my parents moved me to this like small country town, and a guy built a log cabin, and he fucking lived in the basement when he was finishing the log cabin. It was beautiful, expensive, $500,000 house, but he lived in the basement. So I was like, oh, this is normal. I was like, I've seen this before. And they were just like, fuck no, you're homeless. It's like, it was so crazy too, because when this happened, the second or third interview, like the next day I went and rented a house. Like the next morning I was just like, fuck this. I'm not even going to look for where I want to live. I'm just going to go run the credit check, the credit app, give them the money, get the house. So like day 2, I had a house. And then when she was like, why don't you just do this to begin with? And I'm like, you don't seem to understand. We think this is an important life lesson for our family, an ability for us to grow closer, ability for us to accomplish things that are, kind of like you'll remember this for the rest of your life kind of a thing. She was having nothing to do with that shit. She was like, fuck no. See if we can get this bad boy going right here. There's one right here. 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5, maybe. That's this one right here. You see it going right now. Reaching for the sky. I wonder why. You know what else, though? My mother-in-law loves me now. Now my mother-in-law loves me. Now I made the right fucking decision. But at the fucking time, she was like, you're out of your mind. What's wrong with you? You just can't fucking win with your in-laws, can you? But anyways, now my kids are well adjusted. They have empathy for other people. They're productive members of society. And they have some experiences that are unique before they get tied into being an adult. Where they get sucked into the system. They make their own poor choices. And they get priced out of everything. There, put that over there. Put this one over here.
We get the Baker's total recount data. Prior 5.
Target hit. Wang, wang, wang. You know that the squawker guy is probably in his office just breaking pencils right now. He's like, every time we put a new high, he's like, oh. He's like, I gotta get on there and get bearish. I need some explosions heard in Iraq. I'll take any news right now that there's explosions. There's an explosion heard in central Iraq in the desert. We need to roll the market down now. Oh yeah, get up there. Right, Akbar? Like, I thought it was a great experience. The state didn't. Whoever turned me in didn't either. I was like, fuck you want? Like, they're kids. Like, give the kids, like, kids love that shit. It was like an adventure. It was awesome. I don't know. I had a fucking blast. I loved it. I wouldn't change it for the world. PT2. Don't forget this one right here. Remember that anybody know what that is right there? It's when shit gets expensive, right? Right up here. That red line's a doozy right there. It was a fucking hell of a time. I fucking loved it, man. I had a blast. I really did. I loved it. I got to find out where the bricks were from, and they made the bricks for this house. I got to rebuild it from the ground up. It's a fucking gorgeous house too. I installed a bunch of trees, dude. Just clearing the land. This house was abandoned for like decades. The land had 1 to 5 inch trees every 1 or 2 feet. I had to remove every fucking stump. It was brutal. It was gnarly. I redid the entire backyard. Went in there with like a skid steer and started ripping things out. Then I hooked up like a F-150 and I took a tire with a chain over it, and I was pulling stumps with an old farm F-150. It was baller. Like, tore up the frame and everything. By the time I was done with the backyard, the F-150 was like had a crooked lean to it. It was like perfect around town truck. You weren't gonna be dating any girls in that truck, but other guys loved it. I think we roll here. Just be careful of this rolling here. I'd like to see one more downstroke. We don't have to, but I like the idea of it. Unless we just climb the wall of worry, maybe. Put another purple one right there.
Five minutes ago, did we get the Baker Hughes total recount data? With a prior of 580 or a recount prior of 445. Ghalibaf says Iran is ready for all-out defense if Americans betray understanding. He's referring to the Memorandum of Understanding.
Hang tighter, guys. Just want to set up a trade here if I can. If I can get the drawdown, I want to be able to buy it either now or at 130, 230 if possible. I might not be able to. I might just climb the wall of worry here, but hang tighter. Trading higher now. Right to the tick.
Surely expecting Baker Hughes data. Just a heads up, Iran's President Pezeshkian and Prime Minister of Pakistan had a phone call discussion to discuss latest developments in the region. And there's Pakistan's PM Sharif and Iran's President Pezeshkian, who have been speaking on the phone to discuss latest developments in the region. We'll see if there's anything else that's added to it. It's probably going to be a repeat of what's been said by the Pakistanis already to ask the Iranians to de-escalate the situation and return to talk. Reminder as well, in regards to when we do get headlines from Pakistan or Qatar talking about mediation efforts, that Trump has in his Truth Social in the past cited Pakistan and Qatar and other mediators as a
That's right. That's true.
halt attacks or call.
Do you remember that time when they first quoted Pakistan and I said, get long, and we would fucking balls tits up? You guys remember that? And someone said to me, why is it Pakistan? And I said, because they're nuclear power. They're like the number fucking one threat to the U.S. from the Middle East, believe it or not. No one knows that, or not. No one acknowledges that. Highly educated, nuclear power. They are a player in those negotiations. The moment that they announced it originally, we stopped going down in the market and we literally went vertical. You guys remember that? And the news guy is now direct quoting that same information. All right, so it's 1:30 p.m. Maybe we aren't doing that show to that private show. Maybe maybe we could do it on Saturday. We can do it Saturday. Let's do it when the market's closed. I'll make myself. I'm not going anywhere. I don't. My doctor overnight was like, "Don't do anything strenuous." I'm like, all right, I won't.
Order account unchanged at 440.
Maybe I'll just stick around the house all weekend and I'll do a show, private show after the close today. Maybe we should watch this because of the. Maybe I'll just talk about this publicly. No, I don't know if I want to talk about this publicly yet. About Tuesday. I think there's a high probability you're getting a rate hike this month. You won't get it on Tuesday, but you're going to get the language for it. And the last time we did that, we sold pretty fucking hard. This looks like fucking front running for it. So they want to sell you calls sooner than later before we get to anything next week. No OpEx, no financial prints. I'm going to try to get us up there as quick as they possibly can in case that news drops and we're not where we should be in price, which is that 7,600, just underneath it. Right, Oda? Fucking right, brother. Yeah. My firstborn to CPS to do it. I was like, when that happened, I was like, are you kidding me? I felt so embarrassed when it first happened too. Like, I was sitting at a dinner table and I'm sitting here with my kids right now. Like, it was like dead of winter and I'm like, how many fucking dads around here do that with their kids? I'm like, I'm fucking doing that right now with my children. I was so embarrassed. And then I found out that it was an anonymous tip. I had to when it was all done, they told me. They told me they weren't supposed to tell me. I kept trying to persist, like, who the fuck called CPS? I don't know anybody in this town. And I'd met people, of course, in town, but they said it was an anonymous tip. And she was like, I'm telling you the truth. She was like, it was probably somebody that you know that disagreed with you doing this or moving here. And we talked about all that. I told them my family wasn't into it. And I was like, I wouldn't put it past my family doing this. That's how against me moving to Detroit was. When I first moved there, they were like, everybody's going to die. I was like, this isn't true. I was like, these are all normal human beings. Treat someone like a human with respect and empathy and compassion. They're more than likely going to leave you the fuck alone. Usually, I feel most of that stuff's either mental health or desperation. A lot of it. Some of it is how you're raised and stuff. Conditional. But even then, I think most people have a little bit of you know, if you're not a fucking complete douchebag in real life, not the internets, but in real life, you're a compassionate human being. You're likely not going to get into trouble if you're not in the barbershop. Like most people that die is like family usually, isn't it? Like people you know. And like most murders and shit, like it's like your fucking boyfriend or your husband or your uncle, like doing fucked up shit to kids and stuff like that. Like I think most murders are like either people you know or some kind of parasocial thing, or they think they know you, something like that, or I don't know. I don't think it's all murders, but I think the majority of them. So just be kind to people. Be nice. Remember, you're buying dips down here in this purple line, or just underneath it, but you're like looking for a return to this purple line. This is the key right here. The key for bulls right here. Bulls lose this purple line, and it's like if we're under here, like if they blast under here and they put a new low in, we don't want to be buying that dip, right? So you're like bam, 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 bam. You do the first low. If we can get back up and make the return, we can take that long and go high. If we go underneath it and we start making new lows, we'll start buying puts and looking lower. Just a note here, there is risk of another drop in here. I don't think it's as risky as it was earlier this morning. It's not where it's going to happen. That's why I still like this purple line here. It's not going to be the same kind of a thing. But just be aware of the unclenching that goes on up here. I think it's going to be an unclench to the upside, to be honest with you. And it's going to come up here and trade this, but trade that right there. But just be aware of this risk area here. I'd actually like to see this unclench up and then a dump thereafter. Like right in here. Like the dump starts happening right about here. I like to see it just something like this. If we can catch this right here, make our way up and then some kind of rollover. Grinding, trading 753. I'll give you some other way to look at this too. You're just trying to defend this right here. 7555. Just defend this, see if they can run it up the flagpole at all. Maybe we can close some of this today. We could also pin in here into the close too. So you're like trading this, and then we hit the 55 on SPY, which is just up here, end of the bell. Pull it down flat over the weekend, wake up on Monday, and we're tagging that shit on Monday close. Make sense? And then we're fucking selling Tuesday. We're going to sell the fuck out of that right there together. We're going to take a swat at it. Monday close, Tuesday open. Right in here. And I would think that even if they're popping it up here at all, they're gonna take a stab at this for sure. On Tuesday, Monday close, Tuesday open. I could be wrong on this. It just looks it's smelling like the unclench is early, so I'm assuming there's a reason for it. We have some potentially very volatile news on. I believe it's Tuesday. Let me just check, make sure. On Tuesday, we have Fed Chair Warsh at 10 a.m. Fed Chair Warsh giving testimony to the Senate. And I think he maintains what he's been saying, like to buy time. But if you look back in the mid 90s or late 90s, like 96, 97, 98, 99, 2000, what we did was, I'll show it to you right now. I'll just show it to you. We'll make this easy. I don't want to tell you things and not show you the proof. So here, I'll just show it to you as I talk to you. I'm going to show you a couple things here. rid of all this. You don't need any of this. You don't need to know any of that. So if you look back, there's a couple things I want to talk to you about here. Stay with me on this, okay? This is a rough thesis here. This has been evolving now for me for 3, 4, 5, maybe a couple weeks, but it started with what started as the 3 and 6 month bill basically will show you the expectation for rates, okay? And this has been like being written. We had the FOMC meeting, Warsh's first appearance, and the concept here is that Warsh, it's going to take him like 3 to 6 months to consolidate power. When you get a job or whatever, it's better for you to use honey than vinegar, right? You don't go into someone's house that you first meet and kick your feet up on the couch and grab your own beer out of the refrigerator, that kind of stuff. So there's like this like consolidation of power, and that he needs like 3 to 6 months to do this. So his first FOMC appearance kind of modeled on that. Buy myself some time, try to get these task forces going. Before he really needs to make any hard decisions. Now, theoretically, he has some breathing room. We're not at 4.8 yet. It raises questions of, do they want to run it hot even longer? Do they want to manage this running it hot? The Fed. And then it also raises another question of, is the target rate 2% or is it 4%? Okay? Even if they're not telling you. Now, if you look at let's start here. If you look at the 3-month yield, hold on. Sometimes these are easy to search and sometimes they're not. And I want to show you the 6-month yield. Hold on here. Oh, come on. How did I miss that? Hold on. Nope. Now, Warsh comes in. It's already running hot, and we're loosey-goosey, and he's trying to buy himself time. And he's already mentioned that he wants to run it hot, but he has to. He wants to buy himself time as long as he can, and then he also, if he needs to, maybe throw a hike or a cut out there small to run it hot, but not too hot, and not send us into disinflation as well. Not quite a regime, like a hiking regime or a cutting regime. Now he goes into his FOMC meeting and does his thing. Since then, he's had a presser. The minutes have come out. The announcement for the task force has come out, and we now have him coming into a Senate hearing, which takes place on Tuesday. Now, behind the scenes, you guys hear me always tell you, like, you can just look at the 3 and 6 month, and it'll tell you really what's expected to happen. Now, if you were to look at this 6 month yield right here, this is the 6 month yield. It is screaming. It is screaming that we're going to get a rate hike. Do you see it? It's curling up. It's telling you that there's a high chance of a rate hike coming. And you can actually look at rate hikes along this here. And you'll note that we have raised rates in these enviros. I'm actually right here, right where we are. We raised rates right in here. And we're coming right back into it again right now. You see it? And the 3-month is telling you the same thing here. 3-month is curling up as well. This is telling you that you should be expecting a hike. Now, saying all of that, go back over here and just watch this really quick. It's a nice, clean back test right there. Saying that, the 3-month and 6-month is screaming rate hike. Now, I then looked up 2 other things. First thing I looked up was, has a Fed chair ever announced a rate hike during a Senate hearing? And the answer is no. Never. But in recent history, Fed Chair Powell in March of 2023, so they were post rate hike cycle in 2022, but in 2023 in March, Jerome Powell went before the Senate, and guess what he fucking said? He said, well, we're not going back into a hiking regime, but you may see rates higher in the future, like another hike or 2, if needed. This was in March 7th, 2023. So if we look at SPX, during that period, this was March of 2023, March 7th to be exact. Sixth, maybe. Let me show you what took place. When he said that. And it was right here. It was actually on the 6th, I think. And here's that 6th right here. And he made an announcement, not that we're going to start a hiking regime, but that we would likely see a hike or 2 in the future. And we fucking sold hard in here. You see that? This was the day before that announcement, I believe. Yep, this was Monday. This was the Monday. The Senate hearing was on Tuesday, and we fucking blasted down 6.7%. We recovered just fine. So this is a knee-jerk reaction, negative. And what else is fascinating about this? We were trying to make a new all-time high heading into the weekend. So we put in a nice Friday, big fat fucking Friday. We put in a new high on Monday, and then they sold. Okay? Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen again, but I do want to show you 2 other things if I can here in just a minute. So we're going to switch back over here. We're going to watch the market go up. And that was Monday the 6th of 2023. So if Warsh comes into the Senate hearing, he has to make his case for a rate hike. Whether he does it or doesn't matter. If he does it at the end of July, right, so we can price it in now. If you get a hike in end of July, it'd probably be 25 BPS. And we shock absorb it early. And then we come back for maybe one more at the end of the year. So you get 1 or 2 25 BPS hikes. Please believe me on this. Being serious. Dead serious. So there's a high, I wouldn't say it's 100% sure we're getting a rate hike in July, but I would say the percentage chance of it, real chance, 65 to maybe even higher, like 85% chance. I would give it a firm 65% chance you're getting a fucking rate hike this month, which is very high. So, and no one's got this on their radar, not publicly at least. So if Warsh comes out, he has to make a case that we are not going to start a hiking regime. We're not doing 2022. He has to basically say that we are not doing 2022. But we might throw a 25 out there, another 25 out there, and we could even cut a couple times if we need to. So they're running it hot. Now, do we have any prior examples of that? Well, fucking we do. Just so happens we do. And guess when we have an example of that? Anyone know? I think I showed it here in the show the other day. And I'll show it to you right now. So here's SPX again. This is on a daily chart. And I want to compare right now the effective Fed's funds rate. Right here. And we're going to do a new pane. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because, they play these old fucking playbooks. So they at least go back in time and say, we're going to go back and look at what happened back in this day. And we're going to run maybe something slightly different, but something kind of like it. And here we go. This is the 1990s. And more importantly in here, what you want to be watching is this right here. And you can see where we're in the frying pan. You see it? There's the handle, there's the frying pan. And then right in here, we raised rates slightly, didn't we? In the spring, we raised rates. See that right there? We had a little bit of like jackknifing. You see that? Jackknife there, jackknife here. And then we flattened out on raising rates again. In 98, we actually dropped rates. And then we went into a hiking cycle. So this is just, fucking around over here, right? Slightly raising the rates. Right? Slightly raising the rates in here. And then we're in a frying pan again. And then they dump rates again. Right? And then we finally go into an actual hiking regime. Now, differentiating between this and this are two huge things. The market has to believe it. The bond market needs to believe it. Traders need to believe it. Everybody needs to be on board with this to be real. If anyone doesn't believe that we're not entering a hiking regime, and you have to worry about the fucking sub-sellers and the goddamn stake sellers and the fucking if it bleeds, it reads, you already know they're going to tell you. If Warsh explains this to you, they're going to say, nope, sorry, bro, we're in a hiking regime. That's what they're going to try to say to you. So you don't do that. So they have to get this message across, right, to maintain the rest of this fucking bubble and to pay off the debt and all the other bullshit, right? And we have to make sure that we don't get into this here, because this will begin the distribution trade. This looks just like 22, right? This looks like September through January of 2022, right? So we definitely don't want to hear this, do we? We don't want to hear this on Tuesday. We don't want to hear this for the future. Oh, we're going to start a regime. You just want to hear like, we're monitoring the situation closely, and you may see one or two hikes this year. But that could also lead to what I showed you earlier, where you have that violence. So, and when you're looking at price action today, here, and there's some reasons for this. Like, we're in a place right now where they have to act. Like, he has to do something. And even if he doesn't raise rates at this fucking meeting on Tuesday, he can start to at least warn you of it. Now, that knee-jerk reaction down, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's 6%, 7%. I don't know if it's just like today or yesterday, quick fucking fire to the downside, and it recovers quickly. The market can shrug this stuff off. So I wouldn't commit to like we're going down 7% and we're never recovering and we're in a hiking regime. Don't feed into that shit right now, because the market will digest this on the Tuesday meeting at the Senate. But the price action right here is kind of hinting that rather than waiting, because of what the data is saying right now and why the 3-month and the 6-month, what they're saying, and what inflation is saying right now, PCE is saying right now, you're even seeing Trump do this stuff with the freedom gas. You can kind of see the panic everywhere. Like even from the executive, you can see that like, oh my God, we don't want to raise rates right now. So you're like seeing all these things to try to fight inflation. That's greedflation, and natural cyclical inflation that's going on, which you can't every fucking Fed chair since the dawn of the dead says that you can only manipulate it, but you can't really stop it. It's a natural thing that happens and cyclically. So for a multitude of reasons, tightening and loosening and all this other stuff. And we also have other things we're dealing with right now too. Like we have money sloshing around in the system from all these IPOs. It's like I go in and I buy the bottom floor in SpaceX. It goes up to $200, take all the money, get out. And now I'm just pissing it into the economy. And woo, make a millionaire now, bro. I'm going to San Fran. I'm going to buy $1 million house, right? That kind of shit. So this is walking, talking, acting like a fucking duck, where we're climbing the wall of worry, and we're trying to get to a point where maybe a call seller that's big and large says, I was going to sell calls on OpEx or maybe expiration, maybe month end. And they're looking at this Tuesday event going, maybe this is more hawkish than I thought. And the data that's come out in the past couple of weeks is saying the same thing. And guess what else we got going on? On Monday at 11:30 a.m., we get a 3 and 6 month bill auction. Shocker. Color me shocked. So you get the 3 and 6 month bill auction. If those yields go up, and we had 2 perfect yields on the 10 and the 20s and 30s recently, some really good, very high yields. We're like cooking this soup here where maybe they front run this move to the point where they can sell those 7,600 calls before we get to fucking Tuesday's open. So sooner the better. Time is short, and we might have material information. And let's be truthful. These guys will take no chances. They might have an insider with Warsh that's like, no, bro, we're only going to do the hawkish talk, and we're going to definitely tell them that we're not going into a regime. And so you get the insider. But these fucking guys from Wall Street, they know better. They know for a fact, and this is documented,
no explosion that occurred in the city,
that fucking Fed chairs will have like the smartest people in the world giving them the best data in the world, and they will literally fucking disregard it and say, you know what? I'm in this role because I'm better than everybody else. Nobody else can do what I can do, so I'm going to wing it. Now, we don't do that as much in our society anymore, but for sure, the street will want to hedge that shit. They won't believe any of that shit. They're going to be like, this fucking guy can come out and say whatever the fuck he wants. Misspeaks, misinterpreted, not understood properly. All of a sudden, everyone else is thinking we're going to go into this hiking regime, like a 2022 style thing. And so the initial reaction could be bearish and not knee-jerkish. And they're not going to take any fucking chances. So I would expect they're going to front run this shit up to as high as they possibly can get it to sell you those 7,600 calls right as we go into that fucking Senate hearing. Regardless if it's blown over, regardless if this is all bullshit or not, or he's not as hawkish in his speech, they don't fucking care. They're going to hedge that shit. So likely we're going to run this fucker up into a faster than I expected. Because I was giving it more time. I was like, we'll give it to OpEx. Maybe we'll give it to the end of the month and start of financials and then Netflix and all that other bullshit. But I think right now they're front running this early. So we want to be, if you're in the July print, if you're in June 5th, 9th, 12th, and you're buying to print that 760, you're trying to get the fuck out as soon as possible if it presents itself before we get to those dates. If it presents itself on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and you're up there near that 7,600, I personally am going to get the fuck out of the market. So I want you to know that. If you want to stay in and you're like, nope, we're going to print the 760 and the 770 and 780 like right away, so be it. But I'll tell you something else here. If they front run this early and I was a dealer and I don't have to pay all these fucking suckers in July, and I can flush everything down 6 or 7%, reset it to print it, and no one's buying it. I get the price where I need it to go. I fucking flushed all these bulls out, and then I'm printing all those 7,700, 7,800, and you're holding your dick. You know, you're holding your dick being bullish into OpEx instead of Tuesday, and then you get hammered to the downside and you're bearish, so you don't get long. You're left behind. They run it back up to 77, 7,800, and you're just being spun around. Like, you know, whipsaw like this and whipsaw like that. So just be aware of that as we get closer into next week, that we could get like, you're getting turned around. You know what I mean? Like, you're not taking the profit when you should early, and then you know, you're looking for like the higher than 6,700 shit, and then before you know it, you're getting slapped sideways when you should have been waiting lower to grab that low to then print 6,700. So just be aware of this. Okay? I mentioned it late last night when I was in the fucking emergency room because I was already researching all this shit, and I'm like, oh God, I gotta say something. Like, I gotta say something so people don't get fucked. And believe this. Please believe me when I tell you this stuff. Or please, even if it doesn't materialize, just know that they're still going to hedge that shit. And they're likely front running this shit early. Trading 754.05 right now. Climbing the wall of worry. Putting in a new high at 1:30 in the afternoon. There's the look. Nope. Did we get it there? Yeah. We still missed it by a penny. Bastards. So I showed you the 96, the 96 through what they're trying to repeat from the late 90s. This also confirms that we have more time left in the bubble. From what I just showed you in the hiking regime in the 1990s, that means we're in like 96, 97. That means we probably have 2-3 years left in the bubble. So remember that. What else? In prior recent experience, I showed you what Jerome said at the last Senate hearing. If I had to guess, he's going to give you that hawkish shit for two hikes, and then you're not going to get that. You're going to get one in end of July, and you're going to get one probably in September, sooner than you expect. Fuck yeah! And then you might win to what? Remember when I showed you? So ready? So the 7,800 to 820 is still valid for the end of the year. Listen closely here for the rest of this. 7,800, 8020 is still valid for the end of the year. And then if you look at remember when they started cutting? The first time we weren't in a hiking regime, and they did a couple cuts before we went into a hiking regime. If we have the freak out in the springtime and the summer next year, the actual freak out that I told you about, so we're going to go down there to that monthly trigger, you'll probably trigger those cuts. So you get the cuts at the bottom down there, and then we ramp one more time for one big fucking last giant bubble top, and then they will announce the hiking regime. Does that make sense? It'll be somewhere like that. Does that make just like that hiking regime when it kicked in before? So you would get the cuts from the first couple hikes they did. When they started doing those cuts, that should be like spring, summer, next spring and summer. You'll see a cutting regime, supportive of the markets. That'll continue the fucking bubble up. And then as soon as the midterms are over and the presidency is over, you get a fairly good chance of a Democrat winning. Fairly good chance once Trump's out. Not guaranteed, but fairly good. That shit happens, and then that'll be the top of your bubble. They'll blame it on the Democrats. They'll blame it on me. The bubble popped because of Jim James being a Democrat. So bad. It's all his fault. It's because he uses purple. This is your base right here. There's another one right here. We'll get rid of these purples up here. We don't want to mess everybody up. One more right here. No, I want to beef this up a little bit. So for this thesis, I want to beef this up because this has been building for some period of time. It's not something that's
citing local official. A fire breaks out in the industrial town in Iran's western province of
fuck do you care if it's a fucking fire in Iraq? Where the fuck are you getting so bearish on a fucking fire in Iraq right now? What the fuck does that have to do with their goddamn stock market, man? There was a mugging in an alleyway in Tikrit, and we should drop the stock market 3%. This guy is so bad. I need any kind of bear news I can get right now. We're gonna look at this one right here. Maybe that one. Yeah, we'll read this one right here. Maybe at just the top line of this stuff. Consumer inflation through the Fed, another curveball. Agreed. QT plus rate hikes. That's ECB. And investment. That's what we got to read this one together.
CEO says memory chip shortage may persist past 2030.
Okay. I think we've already talked about this stuff here. The first thing I'll tell you is this. We'll start here for my building my case in this rate hike. Number one, everyone's pointing fingers at gasoline, right? Gasoline's too high. There's some more danger for inflation. The energy PCE index jumped by 4% in May from April, 60% annualized on top of the spikes in the prior months. This pushed the year-over-year increase to 24.3% up from a negative reading in February. Prices of motor fuels have been declining in recent weeks, and that will be reflected in the PCE price index going forward. But electricity costs, if you guys look at electricity PCE, it is scary. The scary part about electricity PCE is that it's highly regulated. It's not like gas or oil, where the price fluctuates and it tends to stay low for very long periods of time, like decades. Electricity PCE inflation tends to go like a normal up curve. Like gas and oil will do this, right? Electricity is like slow moving over time, very consistent. And it's recently jumped like crazy, like this. These electricity tends not to ever come back down. So that means you and I are paying, you and me and you and you. They're lying to you. You are buying and paying for the build out of data centers for corporate interests and the government. This inflation here is dangerous. Okay? And I don't know how you get that under control. And that's something that's cause for concern. Squeezing higher now, trading 754.42. Climbing the wall of fucking worry. So I want you to think about like inflation. Some of it is cyclical and some of it is being amplified in the cyclical aspect of inflation. And one of those items is the electric inflation. And PCE and real prices as well as going to the fucking moon right now. So that's the first thing I want to talk to you about in terms of inflation. Other inflations are coming down. Some are going up. People are pointing in the wrong places as to where it really is laying. Inflation and nominal economic growth to the rescue of the U.S. government's ugly fiscal mess. The U.S. government interest payments, tax receipts, tariffs, average interest rate on debt, and debt to GDP ratio in Q1 of 2026. The U.S. government fiscal situation and the U.S. Treasury debt are a terrible long-term mess by just about every measure, including the ratio of tax receipts to interest payments and the debt to GDP ratio. And in May, revenues from tariffs collapsed and turned negative due to refunds being paid out following the Supreme Court ruling in February. But the Q1 mess we're discussing here does not include the effect of the tariff refunds. That problem will muck things up further in Q2, which is coming out soon. So we are also on the horizon gonna get hit with, hey, we're not paying our fucking bills. These tariffs that we were collecting money on to pay off our bills is no longer there. And we're running into this here soon. Now, in the government solution to the mess supported by the Fed has been to let it run hot. This was Now, I told you this weeks and weeks ago, right? And Wolf Richter came out and said this on June 30th. And I told you this weeks ago, this fucker's going to run this shit hot. So he says, and the government solution to this mess is supported by the Fed.
Voice news disconnected.
Has to let it run it hot. Higher nominal economic growth and higher inflation instead of fiscal responses. Interest payments by the federal government on its gargantuan treasury debt dipped by $2 billion in Q1 from a record in Q4 to $305 billion. Say that again. Interest payments by the federal government on its gargantuan treasury debt dipped by $2 billion in Q1 from a record in Q4 to $305 billion. But for the past 4 quarters combined, interest payments rose by $64 billion compared to the same period a year earlier to $1.2 trillion. The $64 billion increase was the result of a $2.8 trillion additional debt, which rose to $39.1 trillion by the end of Q1. I swear I was told Democrats like to spend money. I think they all do. I don't think they give a fuck about you and I. Or they're more fiscally responsible. Again, we're learning that that's really not the case. That shit is for the plebs, right? It's for the Bob on Main Street likes hearing that shit. You and I work in the real world, and we don't mix politics in this way, do we? We look at politics as it affects our markets, our economy, our business cycles, our economic cycles, and what the real impacts are on that stuff, what the reality is. We can hang that hat up at the end of the day, and we can go fucking say that the real thing is that Democrats are the worst people in the entire world, but we're here to make money, right? So we hang that hat up, and we leave that on the shelf, and we talk about reality. So for the past 4 months, 4 quarters combined, interest payments rose by $64 billion, blah, blah, bunch of money being spent, which rose to $39.1 trillion by the end of Q1, softened by lower interest rates on short-term T-bills due to the Fed's rate cuts last year. Interest payments don't occur in a vacuum. They occur in the context of tax receipts to pay for them. Tax receipts for the federal government fell by $20 billion in Q1 from Q4 to $939 billion. You know, tax cuts? I don't want to pay my fucking debt. Oh, and pay my debt down. And don't spend any money. But okay, you're spending money. I'm still going to vote for you, right? Interest payments don't occur in a vacuum, right? Tax receipts by the federal government fell by $20 billion in Q1 from Q4 to $939 billion. None of this is good, including $14 billion decline in tariff revenues. That's not good. But for the past 4 quarters, combined tax receipts rose by $494 billion from the same period a year earlier, helped by an additional $230 billion in tariffs over the 4-quarter period to $3.76 trillion. That surge of tax receipts is the result of letting it run hot and of the tariffs. Current dollar economic growth and higher inflation caused tax receipts to balloon. Have you ever heard David AMS come on this show and tell you the stock market is not going up because of merit? It's going up because of inflation. That's the wealth effect. So why is Europe's index doing its own thing and the U.S. index doing its own thing? It's because of inflation. Our pricing here is because of inflation. That's why we're going up. That's why when people tell you we're going to crash, I'm like, no, we aren't. We're going up, right? We're going up. We're running it hot. When we run it hot, the market fucking runs. You have to chase. You have no choice. You have to, you might not have to, but people with money have to. And there's nowhere safe. Bonds, T-bills, fucking gold. I don't care what it is. I don't give a fuck what it is. They're chasing money. And you see some of that money in Korea right now, right? Some of that money's in the U.S. They're trying to beat inflation right now. Put my money to work, outrun inflation when we can run it hot before we start tightening, when they're going to come for me anyways. Now, tariff revenues began to decline to $76 billion in Q1, as I told you earlier, to $90 billion in Q4. Not included in these Q1 figures is what happened in May, refunds of tariffs. Due to SCOTUS striking down a portion of the tariffs, exceeded revenues from the remaining tariffs, and net revs from tariffs were slightly negative. This collapse of the tariff revenues in May and dragging into June will muck up the Q2 figures. You should remember that point, okay? because we're going to get hit with some really bad fucking news coming out soon here. Or not soon, but soonish. For the past 12 months through May, tariffs amounted to $302 billion per the most recent monthly Treasury statement. So when you see the next monthly Treasury statement, it's going to look fucking uglier and uglier. The ratio of interest payments to tax receipts worsened to 32.5% in Q1, meaning that the interest payments ate up 32.5% of tax receipts available to pay for them. Wolf says it's an ugly situation. But the prior surge in tax receipts through Q4 had improved the ratio substantially from the worst levels in Q3 of 2024, so we're doing better, but not as where we should be. When the ratio had marked the worst point, 37.5% since 1996. So look at it like this. Really bad, really bad, really bad, really great, really great. Oh, wait a minute, we're back down again, right around here. Makes sense? So we're like better off, but we're not down here at this point. When the government's finances were climbing out of the fiscal crisis of the 1980s. So that was that 1996 figure. This measure of tax receipts released by the Bureau of Economic Analysis as part of its second revision of the national accounts tracks the receipts that are available to pay for general budget expenditures, such as interest payments, defense spending, government salaries. Excluded are receipts that are not available to pay for general budget expenditures or not included in the general budget. Primarily Social Security and disability contributions that go into trust funds out of which benefits are paid directly to the beneficiaries, and those payments are also not included in the general budget. The average interest rate in the Treasury debt has been between 3.3% and 3.36% since mid-2024, after more than doubling from early 2022 when the Fed first hiked its policy rates. In May, it ticked up to 3.35, according to data from the Treasury Department. New interest rates enter the interest expense only gradually when old Treasury securities mature and are replaced with new Treasury securities at new interest rates, and when additional Treasury securities are issued at the new interest rates to fund the deficits. The $6.7 trillion in Treasury bills outstanding, terms between 1 month and 12 months, mature constantly and get refinanced in huge auctions every single week. Therefore, transmit changes in short-term interest rates. Transmit changes in short-term interest rates quickly to the average interest rate paid on the debt. Interest rates of Treasury bills are largely a result of the Fed's current and expected policy rates, but that's only on $6.6 trillion of the $39.3 trillion in Treasury debt. Of the $39.3 trillion in total Treasury debt. The rest of the $39.3 trillion in Treasury debt is slow to react as changes in interest rates on the longer-term debt, the long end, enter the average interest rate only with newly issued securities to replace maturing securities issued years ago or to fund new deficits. Blah, 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 blah. But this, what the top line what this is saying to you is that we're not taking in the money that we need to counter the debt to GDP ratio and the deficit that we are continuing to grow. In the executive and the Fed and the Treasury departments are basically trying to find new ways to pay this stuff down. Not unique, but ways to like cheapen the dollar, pay down old debt that's a higher dollar value, and running it hot to do that. Now, the debt to GDP ratio is ugly. It edged up a hair to 122.6 in Q1. The ratio is now rising again. It actually rose in 2020, which triggered a major hiking cycle from the Fed. It was at like 130%, and now we're at 122%. So we're like we went down. If we had a high in GDP to debt ratio went up here, that's a problem. We went back down. This is all good. All of a sudden, we have less money coming in, and it's creeping back up again. Okay, so that's bad. And of course, it's looking to put in a new high, right? Of course. So Warsh has his plate full, you could say. Right up here. That's where we're going, right there. So the ugly GDP ratio, the debt ceiling in the first half of 2025 had caused the ratio to drop because Congress prevented the government from issuing more debt to fund the expenditures and deficits that Congress had told the government to fund. The government played along with this absurd but time-honed charade for a while by draining its huge checking account, the TGA, and by executing some extraordinary measures such as temporarily not paying into government pension funds instead of borrowing more. So the debt remained unchanged in the first half of 2025. But guess what? All that shit came roaring back. But then the magic flipped back to reality and the debt to ratio jumped back into line again. That's very similar to like when you hear people say, let's go into stagflation. When we go into stagflation, it's usually brief, right? We go right back to situation normal again. Let's pile on the debt again. So this is pretty common. Inflation and nominal economic growth to the rescue. It is obvious that the government and the Federal Reserve had the intention of letting the economy run hot as a way of addressing the fiscal mess. Inflation has been well above the Fed's official inflation target for over 5 years. In May, it accelerated to over 4%, 4.2, I believe, double the 2% inflation target. And there are still Fed officials talking about rate cuts, though those are unlikely now. This is Wolf Richter telling you this. On the 30th, June 30th, even the core inflation rate, which excludes the energy price spike in food, has surged to 3.4% on an annual basis. According to the Fed-favored core PCE price index, the 6-month PCE price index accelerated 4.1%. Blah, 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 blah. Inflation is ripping. And yet, only 9 of the 19 FOMC members expected a rate hike this year. Listen to that closely. Only 9. And we're running at 4.1, 4.2. We're like fucking 2 or 3 reports away from 4.8. Like, we're that close. So 1 or 2 hikes could keep us away from that. We're literally like 1 print away from panic. Everybody panic. So that brings up the issue of the threat of a 25 basis point hike earlier and potentially even getting one. If we get 1 bad print, could be on the table. That would be the setup for the knee-jerk reaction down. Now, according to the dot plot of the Fed meeting 2 weeks ago, Warsh didn't submit his expectations, while 8 expected no change in policy rates and 1 expected a rate cut this year, despite this acceleration in core inflation measures. And this was the most hawkish Fed meeting in a while. And you still got 9 motherfuckers saying we're getting cuts. Why? They're running it hot, right? And Warsh needs to bring everybody on the same page saying, what's going on here? We can run it hot, but how hot is it going to be? Is it going to be as hot as it was in 2023? Is it going to be as hot as it was in COVID? How high are we going with that inflation rate? I'll show it to you right now. You know, are we going into this is the inflation rate right here? Are we going? I don't know if you can see that. Are we going into this one right here? 5.76%. Are we going? I don't want you to watch this one right here. See this one right here? This is 2020. Look at how close it is. See it now? Like if we're not going to go into a fucking a rate hike regime, if we're not going to go into a rate hike regime, this would trigger it, wouldn't it? Anything above 5.2, right? So how do you not hike once or twice to bring this number down even just a little bit? Does that make sense? How do you not hike? If you don't hike and you hit this, are you just looking for gains for a month or two? Because you do this shit like 1, 2, 3, 4 months, maybe into the fall, and then it's boom, an announcement of a hiking regime, right? This is the hikes. Look at how close we are to this. So we're really fucking close. You get what I'm saying? It's hard to argue. Like, I want to run it hot to pay down all this debt and this deficit, and we're still spending like fucking fiends. So we're not quite like super hawk. Like, I still want to run it hot, bro, and that's what they're saying to us. But at the same time, if they want to run it hot, they probably have to hike to continue to run it hot and convey to you that they're not going to start a hiking regime or hiking cycle. Make sense? PT1, target hit. I sound like I'm dying of like I got lung cancer. I got the coal lung or something. I'm working in the mines. Got the black lung pop. Now, Wolf goes on to say, clearly, the Fed is not interested in bringing inflation down to 2%. They got seriously nervous when the core PCE inflation dropped below 3% in 2024, and they started cutting rates. And it's getting a little nervous when recent trends of core PCE inflation, such as the 6-month rate, go over 4%. It is obvious that the Fed does not want to trigger a recession to push inflation down to 2%. A recession would make the U.S. fiscal mess much worse. Listen to that. Much worse. So if you're a fucking bear or a hawk, it's the same shit as when we were bringing it down, like inflation down, and then you didn't want to cut to slow down the acceleration of inflation dropping. They were trying to arrest it so it didn't blast through and send us into a recession. Same thing applies here. A rapidly growing economy generates more taxable income and substantially higher tax receipts, both from corporate and individual taxpayers. Growing asset prices generate capital gains taxes. Those capital gains tax receipts can plunge when asset prices drop, such as in 2022, which caused the drop in tax receipts in the first half of 2023 when it came time to pay capital gains taxes for 2022. This was when Jerome Powell came on the Senate and said, you might get a hike or two this year. Initial reaction was jackknife down. In 2025, there was a surge of tariff revenues. Manufacturing in the U.S. generates large amounts of tax revs, including from secondary and tertiary. God damn it, I'm having a time talking with my voice right now. Effects of manufacturing far outrunning any decline in tariff revenues that might come along with producing more in the U.S. So that's the game plan to address the fiscal mess. Higher nominal economic growth. More manufacturing in the U.S., which I already showed you the rates, or the rate of manufacturing in the U.S., the build-outs for construction spend, and for the machinery spend. Watch out for a move down here. Sweep lower. So we now can say this. Do I think that Warsh is going to start a hiking cycle? No. No. Anyone out there thinking that's going to happen? Put that shit in your pipe and smoke the fuck out of it, because it ain't happening. Okay? I'll tell you right now. It ain't happening. So his job is to convey, don't worry, we're not going to start a hiking cycle. But you might get a 25 basis points sooner than you think. Not going to give you a date. No guidance. And maybe one more for good measure at the end of the year if that inflation continues to act up. So you get the knee jerk down initially, starts to slow down the growth a little bit. Yeah, maybe one more hike. Market shrugs it off with another knee jerk down. We have expanded market. We've got still putting in the highs for the end of the year. And if they're successful controlling it, we don't have to go into a regime of cutting or even a hiking regime down the road. But more than likely, they're not going to stop that because we're in cyclical inflation. But we'll play along with it for now. So that's the game plan to address the fiscal mess. Higher economic growth, blah, 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 more manufacturing, higher nominal economic growth and higher inflation can be effective in slowly reducing the burden of debt on the economy that is unfucking sustainable. But this type of inflation is a high price to pay by households for the continual reckless profligacy of the government. Meanwhile, neither Congress nor the White House are making any efforts to address the root cause of over 2 decades of reckless fiscal policy. Here, I'll just draw this in for you so you can see it. Right fucking down there, right down there, somewhere down here. Pick that bad boy up. Try to pick this thing back up in the purple. Maybe they come back in over here. Leave that one over here so we can see it. There's one more over here. So there's nuance here, right? You see the nuance? So you have like the fucking sub sellers and the fucking newspaper sellers and the CNBC, and you get the fucking perma bear, and you get the hawk that wants to fucking ruin everybody's shit on everybody's parade and stomp out all the rich people. You get the poor people that want to burn down the houses of rich people. You get this and that and rage and anger and all this other stuff. And the reality is somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle. And Warsh's job at that Senate hearing is to navigate that and address all of this with all of these markets, convince the bond market, hey, bros, just give me a chance to do 1-2 hikes this year. I promise if we need them, we'll do them. I'm going to run it hot. We're not in an actual hiking regime. We're not trying to go back to 2022. Unless we fuck this up, please let me run with this. And if all the markets can agree on this, and Trump's like, hey, don't worry, but I'm going to keep spending, cool shit like that. Keep running the deficit up no matter what, and keep doing your thing over there, guys. They're probably going to try this. Now, it gets uglier. We've had some reports since then, and this reaffirms the idea where if you're going into Warsh's first FOMC, and then you get the FOMC, but then some of the conditions are beginning to deteriorate in real time. And so as the weeks are passing and passing and passing, conditions are like not really conducive to what they're saying they want to do. So Warsh gets backed into a corner where he likely has to at some point address this running at hots with some hawkish tone, and probably that includes the threats of hikes. And to be honest, with the way this data is looking, those hikes are probably likely. So if you're the street, you're going to try to price that in before we get there. And this could be the trigger, this event on Tuesday with the Senate. So the 6-month Treasury yield rises to 4%. The bond market tells the Fed to get on with the rate hikes. If you look at the 3 and 6 that I showed you earlier, they are screaming, raise a fucking rate. We don't care what you raise it. 0.25, raise it, please. The government sold $84 billion of 6-month Treasury bills at an investment rate of 3.97% at this past week's Treasury auction. It was up from 3.8 from the auction 2 weeks ago. So the bond market is screaming right now, you need to do something. We were at your fucking presser. You need to raise, even if it's just 0.25. In the secondary market over those 2 weeks, the 6-month Treasury yield spiked by 17 basis points, closing on Thursday. I think that was the 6th, or maybe the 6th, at 3.97% after closing at 4.1 or 4.0% in the prior 2 days, according to the Treasury Department data. The last time the 6-month yield was in this range was in early September before 3 rate cuts by the Fed. Since early January, the 6-month yield has surged by nearly 50 basis points from being below the effective Fed funds rate, which the Fed targets with its policy rates, to being 35 basis points above the EFFR, indicating that the bond market expects and is clamoring for more than one rate hike within the window of the 6-month yield. What does that mean? So the bond market's telling you you're going to get more than one rate hike inside of a 6-month window, right? The 3-month is saying the same thing right now. The 3-month is showing one hike, and then the 6-month is showing a second. So before the end of this year, you should expect at least one. The 3-month is saying that right now. The 6-month is saying, 2 within the next 6 months. We're in July, right? July, right? August, September, October, November, December. That's 6 months. The fucking 6-month yield. You can look at it yourself. You don't need to be going to WAPO or Bloomberg. It's telling you, expect 2 rate hikes this year. It's telling you right now. So none of this bullshit you read out there. The 6-month today is telling you to your face. Easy data right in your fucking face saying, we want 2 rate hikes this year. The government sold $98 billion of 3-month Treasury bills at an investment rate of 3.8 at the Treasury auction this week, up from 3.73 at the auction 2 weeks ago. In the secondary market, a 3-month Treasury yield closed at 3.82, 19 basis points above the EFFR. So the effective funds rate is lower than inflation right now. The 3- and 6-month bill are saying you're getting a fucking rate cut in the next 3 months and expect a second one in 6 months. The 1-year Treasury yield has been near or above 4% for the past 2 weeks. This is right now. About 60 basis points higher than it were where it had been at the beginning of February. Over this period of 5 months, the 1-year yield showed how the bond market flipped from still seeing rate cuts this year to seeing rate hikes. There was no 1-year T-bill auction this week. That will happen next week. That is this week. Banks have been ratcheting up the offered yields of brokered CDs, and they sell via stockbrokers to retail investors that are not their own customers. And remember, nobody's buying fucking bills right now. Nobody's buying fucking T-bills, none of this stuff. Everyone's chasing the inflation. So if no one's buying bills, they're going to demand a higher yield, right? Now, there is probably some funky shit going on with the government doing this too. They're doing some finagling, secondary markets maybe. But all in all, the demand is going higher. It's a nice little bump right here. Look at that. We didn't even get the 2 here, did we? Watch this thing here closely. You see this right here? See this high, lower high, and then this one right here. If this thing stalls. Oh, that's good. I like that. That's good. That's fine. That's actually good. This might hold here. Yeah, we'll hold this. Hold on here. Give me one quick second here. We need to hold this right here. Okay, new level. Remember this purple one? Right here? This one's now going to be purple. Right here. If we're going to hold this up, prop this pig up over here, we got to hold this one right here. I know this looks wonky today, but it's a really weird trading environment. We have to hold this purple box. If we can hold this purple box, we can grind higher here. We don't have to do this. I actually liked this high, and I liked this one right here. I liked. I took out that second one, that second red candle. So this is conducive to not rolling over. I'm not going to put this on just yet. I think we can grind this sideways and then go higher into the bell. There's potential for us to go up here. Just make this smaller. There's a chance we can do this into the bell up here, potentially. We don't have to do anything right now, but I'm not going to do this swing low unless this plunge, unless we start to lose this purple here. Not yet. Don't start selling this just yet. I want to see us lose this, and then we'll draw this in. Here, I'll draw it in for you, but I don't want to move it. I don't want it to. I don't want to use this unless we lose this up here. I barely think we're going to grind, and go up. So do not trade this yet. Don't even look at it. It's up. The way from here is up in my view. Melt up into the close. Okay, so I'm not going to go into the rest. No. So Fed Chair Warsh has been extorting the. I don't want to say what Wolf has to say, but I will. Fed Warsh has been extorting the bond market over and over again to watch the data, not the Fed. Markets are excellent at interpreting the data. Not you, maybe, but the market is. So remember what you're buying on sale. Like I read something from Bloomberg, or I read something from some asshole on fucking FinTwit who claims he's a CM fucking whatever. His label on his thing is probably just some guy in his basement. So I'm a certified master technical trader, a CMT bro. I know that's not what it means, but you got to like differentiate between what you're fed out there. Woo! Melt up, baby! Woo! Send it up there. Climb the wall of worry. Hip it. God damn, I'm good. I'm like telling you it's going to dump, then I'm telling you it's going to melt up. Don't fucking sell this. They just took all your stops up there. They just took all your fucking stops up there. So like Fed Chair Warsh has been extorting the bond market over, interpreting the data, and they should focus on that, not the Fed. He said, and so markets are excellent at interpreting data. You might not be, and you might be being lied to, but the real people in the market, they know. That's why we're front running right now. They're not going to tell you that in the news, though, right? They're going to be like, hey, bro, start getting long. They're going to front run this shit. Get as long as you possibly can. They're all long themselves right now. So markets are excellent at interpreting the data. They should focus on that, not on the Fed. He said that that's important for the Fed, he said, because the Fed wants to use the bond market as one of the key data inputs. And if the bond market reacts to what it thinks the Fed will do instead of reacting to the data, then the Fed's input from the bond market would be polluted by this circular expectation. There has been lots of resistance at the Fed to hiking rates, but that resistance is fading. At the June 17th FOMC meeting, 9 of the 19 FOMC members projected at least one rate hike this week, with Warsh not disclosing his projections. And the bond market is telling the Fed, get on with it. The 2-year Treasury, which has been providing a fairly reliable signal for the Fed on how the bond market interprets the incoming data, has surged by 76 basis points since early February to 4.414%. The bond market is clearly telling the Fed that the incoming data calls for multiple rate hikes, whether the Fed wants them or not. Not only that, but there are companies out there that are fucking raising their yields right now already before we get the hike. That means that people on the inside probably are aware that it's almost in stone that you're getting a rate hike. That's right. Like July. Potentially. 65% chance of it. The 10-year yield rose by 11 basis points during the week. That's this past week to 4.49% compared to 2 weeks ago. It's up by 2 basis points. It has been in this 4 to 5% range since 2023. This longer end of the bond market is focused on the imagined path of inflation in future years, how lax or aggressive the Fed might be in dealing with this inflation on the stream of treasuries that the government will issue to fund the ballooning deficit, which we need for a bull market that the market has to absorb, which may require higher yields to attract even more investors. It wasn't until the Fed announced the end of QE in late 2021 that the 10-year began to surge, ending the 40-year bond bull market, but lagged way behind inflation, which hit 9% in 2022. Compared to the decades before QE, before 2009, the 10-year yield at this 4.5 range is still relatively low compared to the 4.25% in CPI inflation, and the 10-year yield is very low. The bond market is still counting on inflation to go back into the 2% bottle. Higher bond yields in the market mean lower bond markets prices for existing holders and vice versa. The 30-year rose by 11 basis points during the week to 4.98%, roughly unchanged from 2 weeks ago. The long-term bond market completely blew off the Fed's rate cuts. They didn't even register. That's a fact. And that's why the market was held up, too. Everyone thought when we got those cuts that the market was going to crash. It didn't because the long end picked it up. The long end feels like, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it in the future. We're not spending that much just yet. We're not at that collapse point. So this is the case for Warsh to be very hawkish at the Senate hearing. Consumer inflation expectations are going out of control. We know that already. The minutes of the recent FOMC meetings under Powell had pointed to rising inflation expectations 1 year out as an upside risk to the inflation outlook, but has emphasized that the 3-year inflation expectations, the medium-term inflation expectations, were still well anchored. Quote, while both market and survey-based measures of inflation expectations indicated upside risk, measures of medium and long-term inflation expectations remained well anchored, said the minutes at the April 28th, 29th meeting. But of course, the longer end is starting to spike, right? Participants of the June 16th, 17th meeting, the first meeting under Chair Warsh, did not yet have today's report. The minutes of that meeting will be released tomorrow, which we got those yesterday, or we got the minutes 2 days ago. But participants of the July 28th, 29th meeting will have seen today's report, and something about rising medium-term inflation expectations could or should crop up in the minutes of that meeting. The idea of looking at inflation expectations is that price inflation is in part a psychological phenomenon. This part you need to know, you need to understand here. Okay? The idea of looking at inflation expectations is that the price inflation is in part a psychological phenomenon. So I'm talking to you about like people being greedy. That once consumers expect inflation, they will adjust to it and ask for appropriate raises and then pay the higher prices, knowing that their wages will rise with the prices, rather than refusing to pay. That's key. Those prices and switch to a competitor or downgrade or not buy at all. And businesses, once the inflationary mindset kicks in, they want to increase prices because they're having to pay higher wages and higher input costs, and they always want to maximize their profits. And they know they can get away with these price increases because their customers expect inflation and will pay those higher prices. And so they raise prices more than needed to cover the additional costs, and their profit margins soar. Hello, gas and oil. Hello, gas and oil. Tell Americans that gas prices need to go higher and stay elevated. Have the U.S. consumer think they have to pay more for their gasoline. If you do that, I make a lot of money. And all of a sudden, you're the guy fighting against that, and you don't realize that you're being massaged into paying higher prices. This is the psychology of people, psychology of businesses. None of these companies want to give this up. If you tell them, fuck you, I'm not buying that gas, those prices actually will come down. And until you've had it, or you don't get enough wages, or we go into a restrictive environment, only then do consumers revolt and say, no, I'm not doing this. We're going to cancel our trip. We're not taking that summer drive across the country to the Grand Canyon. You know, in businesses, once the inflationary mindset kicks in, want to increase prices because they're having to pay higher wages, higher input costs, and they always want to maximize their profits. And they know they can get away with price increases because their customers expect inflation and will pay those higher prices. And so they raise prices more than they needed to cover those additional costs. And their profit margins soar, as we have seen in the last bout of inflation. In this scenario, inflation expectations become unanchored and would be a factor in allowing inflation to fester. So you're mad about gas prices being high, then you're training each other on paying higher prices, even though it's not real. Then you get mad after they make all this money. Now you're angry. Make sense? This is the psychology of inflation. And here is the last problem that we have. This is the last one. AI investment mania has begun to percolate through the economy, and the Fed has begun to fret about the effects. We got some money sloshing around. You know, they tell you that there's no money out there. That's fake and false. There's money everywhere right now. AI was mentioned 21 times in the minutes of the FOMC meeting on June 16th, 17th, up from 8 mentions in the minutes of the prior FOMC meeting in April. Plus, they added some participants commented on the possibility that AI could, over time, affect employment prospects for some classes of workers. You should know that. Was that on the top line of CNN? Anyone see that on CNN? No? That's not headline fucking news running 24 hours a day right now? How about your Fox News and your MSNBC? Probably not, right? Should be headline news. That's you and I, workers. Some participants commented on the possibility that AI could over time affect employment prospects for some classes of workers. You need to know that. Strong corporate earnings and continued investor optimism related to AI contributed to increases in foreign equity prices. Kospi. The AI investment mania is now officially a force that is driving demand and pushing up consumer prices, including electricity and tech products, stock prices, and input costs for companies that would then try to pass on, And that is now. How many companies are issuing debt right now? All of them, right? This is from the minutes. Some participants remarked that productivity gains associated with AI adoption would eventually reduce production costs and increase aggregate supply, which should put downward pressure on inflation, though they noted this effect would likely take time to materialize. And they added, some participants suggested that those AI investments would likely increase the growth of productivity and the potential output in the coming years. These participants remarked, however, that considerable uncertainty remained regarding both the timing and magnitude of potential productivity gains, which were expected to lag the ongoing boost of AI adoption on demand. By contrast, the other two Fed boogeymen, energy as a result of the war in Iran, and tariffs, were mentioned only 13 and 7 times respectively in the minutes. Those are boogeymen. They're not real, but they've become boogeymen, right? The zeitgeist topics of conversation. That's not really where the real problem is. Electricity was only mentioned once. But in the context of AI driving up electricity prices along with prices of tech products, thereby pushing inflation higher, they did mention many participants noted that ongoing strong demand for AI infrastructure would likely sustain upward pressure on prices for technology products and electricity. That's not good for the inflation argument, is it, in the short term? They went on to say in the minutes, many participants noted that ongoing strong demand for AI infrastructure would likely sustain upward pressure on prices for technology products and electricity. So that is a double-edged sword, isn't it? It means that inflation should remain persistent for a period of time. But it also means if you got a rate hike or two, that it should just be knee-jerk. It shouldn't be enough to break the economy. It should only punch down inflation temporarily. Most participants remarked that growth in economic activity that exceeded that of the potential output, owing in part to strong AI business investment, could contribute to more persistent inflationary pressures. So I want to give you some other information here. If you're here on Tuesday and you're listening to Warsh, and if Warsh does not do any hawkish talk, so we're sitting there on Tuesday with the button on the cell, right? sitting here, my finger ready to hammer it. And if I see Warsh not say anything about fighting inflation, nothing about raising rates, even to 0.25 or 0.25 later or 0.50 at all, if Warsh is just like everything is fucking great and inflation is transitory, what would the market do? If inflation will be persistent, we have all this data I just read to you that says it's going to fucking ramp. Inflation is going to go fucking moon. What happens? We enter like 2021, don't we? We go vertical. To the moon. Unless the bond market pulls a fucking hissy fit, right? That's what would happen. We would literally be re-entering the same trade as COVID. Jackpot. There's another swing higher. Every time I say that, we're going to enter the COVID trade. Big old fucking green bar. Wabamo. Right? There's another one for you. We ain't done going up, boys. There's the target strike hit of 754.73 or 73. Told you about that one earlier. Pointed it out to you. Just note that SPY is now expensive as we hit that target right there. Hit 754.80 on the day. I told you we would trade fucking 755 today. Is that close enough for you? Is that close enough for you? I read Wall Street Bets last night. Bunch of fucking panicins. There's your 755 on a Friday. Red day, I was told today. Oh, you thought you got us down here too? I called that shit too down there. I called that fucking drop, that whole drop. I even told you I was in puts for it. Right? And then I said, fuck, I forgot to buy calls down here. I was so down, whoo, yeah, I'm so awesome. Did you buy calls down here? You had the time if you were in puts. No, we're up here. Happy fucking Friday. I didn't close my calls up here, bro. Oh my God, they did it to me again. I didn't close. Man, how many upside stops on them? So on the double-edged sword, what I'm telling you here about Warsh is this. You come in a Tuesday, they're trying to push this thing up to sell you 7,600 calls. They're going to then hedge this fucking thing for Warsh just in case he gets hawkish. He promises 2 cuts or 2 hikes. But if Warsh doesn't do any of that on the opposite side of this, you got your finger on the put button on Tuesday and he says something like, we ain't hiking shit. What's the market going to do? It's going to go fucking vertical. We're literally going to go moon. Your dollar's going to be worthless. So you're going to be prepared for that other side as well on Tuesday. You get what I'm saying? You guys understanding this? Following along? So they go on to say in these minutes, they go on to say most participants, however, point out scenarios in which the context of stable labor market conditions, right? We don't want to ruin the labor market because like, yeah, it's okay, it's not great. Inflation would remain elevated due to strong AI-related demand, the conflict in the Middle East, and the effects of tariffs. Let's run it hot. Don't believe for a minute that they won't. We already did it in COVID. Like fucking, we spent like fucking goddamn like dirty, stanky bastards. You know, we spend. So you got to pay close attention to if they're going to try to do this again, even more than like, hey, let's run COVID trade again. We'll pay down some more debt. What the fuck do we care, man? We're gonna be out of here soon enough, right? So you got to watch for that on Tuesday. Most participants remarked that growth in economic activity that exceeded that of potential output, owing in part to strong AI business investment, can contribute to more persistent inflationary pressures. They also noted that broad financial conditions were supporting demand. These participants pointed specifically to high equity prices and noted that those prices have been driven by strong corporate earnings and optimism about AI. Participants generally expected solid real GDP growth to continue throughout the remainder of the year and pointed to several factors likely to support continued expansion, including ongoing AI-related investment, household spending, and fiscal policy. I'm going to tell you guys the truth here. from all of this data, Warsh could hit us with 2 hikes, and it ain't going to fucking break our market at all. So if he announces some shit like that or hints at shit like that at this thing on Tuesday, it should just be knee-jerk. You should still be looking for 820 and 780. If they do that, now if they don't say that and he doesn't say that, they want to run this fucker like COVID. This market should fucking go bananas up. Fucking bananas to the upside. I don't think they're going to do that. Take the median and say, hey, he's going to threaten 2 hikes. Maybe we get 2, maybe we get a couple knee jerks down. We're still partying to the upside. And the only thing you don't want to hear on the opposite side of this is an announcement that they're going to start a hiking regime. They do that, and we will fucking crater this economy. So this is a pretty important meeting on Tuesday, right? The AI investment mania, the hundreds of billions, listen to this part closely. The AI investment mania, the hundreds of billions of dollars that investors are eager to cough up. Hundreds of billions of dollars that investors are eager to cough up and that are getting thrown around left and right in the demand and inflationary pressures that those hundreds of billions of dollars generate have begun to percolate through the economy. They're just percolating. And the Fed has begun to fret about the effects. It is refreshing that the Fed is taking this threat to price stability seriously, rather than trying to look through these pressures from the AI investment mania and wait for them to go away on their own somehow. Well, these pressures could be fueling the second wave of inflation. So there was a pivot at the Fed at the June FOMC meeting. As per the meeting minutes, there was a pivot. Did you notice it in the minutes? Did you notice the pivot from the Fed? That's a higher low right there. Be careful here. Just wait for a back test. The discussion was about whether to raise rates, with a few participants even acknowledging that there was a case for hiking at the June meeting. By contrast, at the meetings last year and earlier this year, the discussion was about whether to cut rates. So we have a shift in thesis here already. We're not getting guidance anymore, which means you have to pay more attention to when Warsh is speaking and the minutes. A lot of the prior minutes, when we didn't have an adversarial Fed. Sorry, I'm having a trouble speaking today. But when we were having when we had the Fed that was non-adversarial, they were giving you a guidance saying, don't expect rate hikes, don't expect cuts. Now we're moving into less information, meaning they're going to look towards the bond market. They're going to look towards the minutes. They're going to look towards pressers. They're going to look towards data. They're now setting up task forces to show us the way more clearly. And so in these minutes, it said the discussion was about whether to raise rates. Unlike before, we were talking about cutting. By contrast to the meetings last year and early in the year, the discussion was about whether to cut rates. And the Fed did cut rates 3 times last fall. It is rare that the Fed does a one-and-done rate hike. I'll say that again. It is rare that the Fed does a one-and-done rate hike. Most often, a rate hike means a new hiking cycle to get inflation under control. So it will not be easy for Warsh to say, we're not doing a cycle. Maybe 1, maybe 2. And I promise, we want to run it hot. Maintain that. We want to run it hot. We may need to throw 1 hike out there, maybe 2, maybe a couple cuts. And as long as they leave both sides of that option open, and you should expect that from Warsh on Tuesday, he might be able to keep all of this shit running together. But I still think you get both of your rate hikes. You're going to get them. You're going to need them. And if you don't get those rate hikes, this fucking thing is going to go vertical. And if he doesn't warn you of them, that could be bad. If the Fed wants to stamp out that assumption, will have to get busy. If it dilly-dallies around and looks through this inflation, it would prove that the Fed actually moved the de facto target to the 3 to 4% range, and Warsh might as well come out and say it and thereby let long-term Treasury yields and mortgage rates, which are still clinging to 2% illusion, fly off the handle. So what he's saying to you here is this. What I showed you earlier, this chart, when I showed you, where was it? When I showed you this chart right here for the crayon eaters, what their bait, what Wolf is saying, what I'm saying is they have to try to keep this down here as long as possible. Just grinding, grinding, grinding. If they don't address it, you know what happens, right? We go up, we slam through here, and we start really moving. And that means they're going to run this fucker hot, just like the 2020s. And then they're not going to have a fucking choice but to step in at some point and crash this fucking thing again, just like the early 2020s. So this is the intent, which means you're probably going to get a hike or two. It's looking more and more prevalent that will take place. If you're going to take the mean, we're not going to crash everything with a big, huge thing. We're not going to let it run super hot. Right in the middle, I think if you're a trader, you should expect 2 hikes this year. Likely, September, July maybe, and then September seems reasonable to me. And if that is over tightening, which it doesn't look like it will be, they'll still come in and start cutting aggressively in the springtime. And I want to read a couple comments here just to give you guys some insights here. Rank Amateur said, I'm surprised, though probably shouldn't be, by the vagueness and banality of many of the Fed's comments on AI's inflationary effects. They sound like the platitudes from TV commentators, not very insightful, not reflective of expert analysis. Wolf makes a point. This was his most recent article, I think. This was yesterday, I think. And I agree with this. And I mentioned it to you before. And I mentioned it to you right when the minutes came out. And I mentioned it to you during the FOMC, which is, if we're not going to get a real true guidance anymore, we got to start looking elsewhere for information. We have to identify where those places are. One of them is the minutes. And Wolf brings up a point. He says, do not forget that meeting minutes are a communication tool about monetary policy. The purpose is not to teach you about AI. The purpose is to let the market know what direction the Fed's thinking is going in terms of monetary policy. Minutes are not designed to be read like you would read an article. They're mind-numbing and so vague and repetitive that if you read them, you soon give up reading them. So compared to minutes normally, these here are much more detailed about just one technology. He says, I was surprised by it. What you need to take away from it is that AI is shaking up the Fed's thinking about inflation and monetary policy. So if you're looking forward, when we used to have guidance, the minutes were kind of fucking banal and boring. Now, with Warsh saying no more traditional guide, you should probably be spending more time reading the statements of what they're saying. You don't have to interpret it. You should already know what they should be saying. And then when they say those statements, you go, I already know that. I already got what that data means. I know exactly what that guy's saying right there. Does that make sense? You ever hear me when the Fed meet? We have an FOMC. I go, yeah, he's lying. Hey, he's telling the truth. Hey, he's not telling you this. They're hiding this. Oh, nope, they're totally telling you right now the truth. And you might hear me saying that in these FOMC meetings. It's because I already know what the data means and says. And so you're just looking for them to affirm that they're either acknowledging it, choosing not to acknowledge it, lying sometimes blatantly. And that's why I get angry at the reporters. I'm like, the reporters should already know this stuff. So why are they asking this fucking question right now? And sometimes it's just for gotcha sound bites or to sell you steak and blood. Whereas most market participants know the truth. Watch out for this. Could be a roll here. Coming to 1500 power sour hour. Just watch out for a little down move here into this before we find out what happens from here. We did hit 754.83 to a tick. I would count that as 785. Congratulations if you were long all day long. Congratulations if you got long at the bottom. Congratulations if you stepped off the market when it dumped. If you had puts or shorts and you're able to monetize them like I did, congratulations. We're looking to now trade a pullback trade, try to price in this 7,600. I don't think we get above it. Maybe we do, but I would be really risk-offish once we get close to that 7,600. They're going to be trying to sell you calls up there as they hedge into Tuesday. What else do we have here? I think that's it. So I think the whole case for this like Tuesday meeting is on the table now. So if you want to know what my case is here, I think that the data was pointing towards this, but not until the minutes were released and not until this 5-finger task force, 5 fingers of death from the Federal Reserve came out yesterday. The pieces are coming together to a point before we get to the Senate meeting where you can see the market racing higher early. Like, oh my God, we got to get up there now. And I got to sell fucking calls at 7,600 because we could get some doom. You know, we get some fucking doom. So, and you already know that they're going to try to also hedge this fucking event on Tuesday without a doubt, in case you do get the Ultra Hawk, in case you do get the hawkish talk, or even you get announced that you're going to get 2 cuts this year. That would induce a negative reaction. Last time that happened, I showed you in the chart, was Jerome fucking Powell in 23, I think. And there was a negative knee-jerk reaction. It recovered and went back up, but there was a 6 or 7% down move from there. So now you're aware of that, so you can trade accordingly. And even, let's say we don't, and so when we get into the actual meeting, we're going to be paying attention to 2 or 3 things, right? What is the message? With one of 3 things, Ultra Hawk, we're going to party, or, you know, you might get 1 or 2 hikes sooner than you thought. So one of those 3 options. You know what the 3 outcomes are in all 3 scenarios now, right? If fucking Warsh is like fucking walks in, he's got the IROC, pulls up with the IROC, he's got the T-tops off, he's got the fucking steps cut in the side of his head, he's got a fucking, you know, flat top up here, and he's like kid and play and shit. He's got the fucking body rocking music going, and he's doing that shit. Then you know the market's gonna go vertical, right? We're partying like it's 2021. Make sense? So you want to be prepared for that. So you hedge that from like 7,600, you hedge that down. And then once we get the reaction from him, I don't know what that is. Once we get the reaction from him, we'll have the finger on the button for the put button. We're not going to actually buy the puts. We're just going to sit there and, you know, you could theoretically like Monday high, Tuesday open. You could throw some puts on if you wanted to. If you're long and you want to go higher to 77, 78, maybe your duration in that trade is into September or something. You're like, fuck Captain Jim James, July, it's September. So you got longer calls on. Just make sure you're hedging. Hedge your portfolio. Even if it's cheap 0-date puts for like a penny or so. Maybe not 0-dates, but like, you know, like fucking 10 sessions, 1 penny, 7% down. If they're worthless, just sell them. You can even get puts farther, way farther out in time. And you would barely lose any money. But just be aware of that as we move into Tuesday. And now let's say they want to party rock. You take your puts off. We do the unrealized volatility. Let's say, so we get a high up here. Woohoo! Park it. We come in. Let's pretend that's Tuesday. We start trading down into Tuesday. Close your shorts. If he says, "Oh my God, fuck the market. We're gonna burn everything down," you jump back into shorts over here. So you're just making the money right here. Make any sense? I think we're going down though. If you want my personal, what I think's gonna happen, I think they're gonna front run this shit. I think they're gonna put the puts on, and I think Warsh is going to tell you expect a cut sooner than later. And I think the immediate reaction is gonna be a fucking knee jerk down. That's what I think is gonna. That's your most likely outcome, your highest percentage chance of what's going to happen. And you can see them right now pricing this in early so that they can sell this fucking thing early. Be a wife beater in hand. He's got a wife beater on and shit. He's like 18 years old and he looks like he's going on fucking 30, like the old high school kids in the old movies and shit from the 1980s. Like that guy's got a mustache that looks like he's 60 years old right now. PT1 smashed the fuck out right there. Looking for PT2. Just grind. Just keep it nice and steady to the upside. Take out all their stops. Should I play the Pink Pony song for all the bears on Twitter? Oh my God, I gotta stop doing this shit on Twitter. What's it called? Baby Shark Shark? What's it called? Baby Shark? We'll do that one. Baby Shark. You post Baby Shark on there? Oh my God, that's a terrible one too. That's a terrible song. I used to play what is it? Pink fluffy rainbows? Pink. This one's terrible. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. This will piss off the psychos on. This will definitely piss off the psychos on Twitter. I want to kill your entire family. Who are you? They got like freaks. Download YouTube videos right here. We're gonna download this fucking thing. We're gonna post this on fucking Twitter. Feel free to repost this song across your Twitter. Please repost. Please like and repost this. If you really want to piss off a bear, please. I'm gonna post this on Twitter right now. You really want to piss off a bear? Or the Bond Boys? This is going to be terrible. Wait a minute, do I get this right here? There we go, that's good. It's posted. I posted it. It's so terrible. Well, we do that. There we go. I'll play it. We'll play it on the stream. We'll get in trouble. Guess I'm paying all my money to pink fluffy unicorns.
Unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns.
Yeah, that's got no likes. You can always tell when they get no likes, they hate it.
What color are the unicorns? Pink. Where are they dancing?
Rainbows.
One word to describe the texture of their magical fur.
Smile.
Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows.
The guy's got like a gun. He's like, he's not happy. They're like the pink fluffy unicorns are like giving him a smile and stuff. I have a friend in like a professional in the bond market that's a buddy of mine, and he like DM'd me once. He's like, "Stop posting that fucking shit on Twitter." Like the bond market was getting annihilated. He's like, "Just stop." Well, I know when we're gonna flash fucking sell. You can tell me when I don't know when we're gonna fucking flash sell. Like I'm reading through posts on Twitter where they say you never know when it's gonna happen. It just happens out of nowhere. I kid you not, there are people on Twitter right now like saying you never know when a flash crash is gonna happen in the middle of the day. Sorry. That's right, I'm happy and I'm healthy. Cap on X is a menace. I'm supposed to turn into a fucking influencer and then they can hate me even more. That's what they say to me. They're like, Like, what do you want me to be? An influencer gonna hate me that way anyways. I'll just be a menace. All right, we got pink, purple, puffy unicorn rainbows right here. Check it out. We got purple. We're above the red line right now. Can we grind it up into the close right now on a Friday, baby? You wanna me to tell you what we're going? We're going to well, we know 457.50 is next target, right? Now I want to say it's like when we go there, right? We should be pulling back from that 760. Like, should we look at it right now? We can, but hold on a second here. You guys want a weekend update? You guys want me to squeeze one off for you? You guys want a little bit? You want to watch? I got watches for sale. They're free. You want to try something harder? You might not want any of that. I'll give you an outlook for Monday. You want an outlook for Monday and Tuesday and all that? Let's go take a look at it. See where we are. Dude, whenever you're like, you have a kick-ass day like this and I got to delete it all, it breaks my heart. Fucking gorgeous day. But we do this twice a day, right? Whether we're awesome or not, right? Hey, you missed the trade, bro. Shit on Cap. Good days. Not so much. We still delete them, right? New information comes in the market, right? You don't live on anything but your last trade, right? Neither of us, right? All of us, we don't do that. We're only as good as we are at the moment. We never, ever do what the influencers do we? We don't rest on our laurels. We don't sit there and say, I called the top and fucking pay people to push that narrative so you were the top caller and the bottom caller and all that other bullshit. We don't do that around here. We never have we? Any of you guys long-term around here know that. I never bragged about calling the fucking bottom October 12th. I don't brag about calling the fucking major tops. None of that shit. We don't do that shit around here. Look at this really quick for the end of the day. Let's see where we are. It's a pretty good goddamn week. Not too shabby, right? It's a good end to the week. It implies what? Follow through, right? That we're going to be green next week. That's the idea, right? All-time highs, 758.44. I gave you a target of 757.50. So no all-time high, pull back, and then up. Maybe a knee-jerk reaction on Tuesday. Let's take a look at this. Let's mark some stuff up in here. We're going to do this together. Let's do this together for an outlook over the weekend for the free members. Because I love them too. I have some kind of a soft spot in my spot in my heart, even for the ones that don't join and do not support the work that we do around here, but want to enjoy the benefit of it for free or cheaply. So I do love those people just like paid members. We need to stay above. Are you ready? We need to stay above 745.62. That opens the door to trade 726.34 next week. Key levels here, okay? On the daily, let's take a look at this. On the daily, we do have the opportunity, though, to go lower. And there is a setup here. I want to show it to you. These dailies right here introduce the danger of next week excuse me. This introduces the danger, the doorway to down. When you're trying to re-sweep these things over here. So this is, ready for this? This is Friday. This is Thursday. So do you see this white line right here? If we were to sweep Friday, that's fine. If we sweep lower than this mark if we sweep lower than the Thursday low next week, We're now going ching, open the door, get dragged down here, and even potentially down here. Let's look at what this percentage is. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm trying to put one for the team here. Here is your inverse head and shoulders. And you could theoretically take a dump on a knee jerk. And this right here, that's 4.84. That's 5.39. And this is 6.12, which shockingly matches when Jerome Powell announced that we might get rate hikes in 2023. So the first thing we're going to do is this right here. We're going to put this bad boy right down there. Okay? Now, we're not necessarily coming down here, but we now have the setup for defense or for selling, right? We are writing out a plan, a thesis that we're going up. We're going to hold 750. We're going to trade next 770, 780. If that plan goes wrong, we're looking higher right now. If that plan goes wrong, we have the alternate path. Okay? So our base case here is that we're going to smash this, right? Yeah, fuck yeah, give me my 760, baby. Come down here to 750, right? And we're going to smash 770, right? You guys following me here? Yeah? And then we're going to come back down over here, whammo, and then we're going to come back up and hit the 780 and then the year. Makes sense? See it? Doom over there, doom over here. But there's this sneaky little thing in here, right? That we have to at least pay attention to. So we have our alternate path over here. We have what we need to defend up here, which is higher than 747. Basically 750 we got to hold. 748, 50. We have to hold this. Anything above this white line, we got to hold it. Okay? Moving forward. We do not want to slip down here to check anything below the Friday, Thursday lows. We know if we do that, we're triggering a potential swing down to, this is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Potential trade to 710. Woo! Can you imagine trading 710 like in 1 week? That would fuck up the system, wouldn't it? And imagine if you did this, you come up here to Monday, Tuesday, they crater this thing for like 2 straight weeks, maybe. I kid you not. And then it whipsaws back up, and we're doing 70. They've burned everybody over here looking higher, right? They've priced in the roll. They bring it back down. Call sellers are like, hell yeah, baby. Call seller up here. He's like whispering in your ear. He's like, bro, it's going to crash. This thing plunges. Your sentiment goes to the shitter. This same asshole wait a minute. He's like this. Oh, yeah, man, it's going to crash way, way, way more. And so it's doing this thing right here. And then he goes, you know what? I was lying. This asshole was also put selling. And all of a sudden he's over here and he's like, look at these suckers. It's like, that's like, it's just big old smile, big old shit-eating grin. His name's probably fucking Condor, something like that. Flyman. He's so cool. He's so happy. He's like telling you it's going to do this. And he's like, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I closed my shorts, bro. He was just selling you puts. And then we whipsaw back up. Now we're trading our whole entire thing in here. You know what I'm saying? You guys feeling it? All right. So we're going to now go to the four hour right here. Whoop. We're going to take this out of here. Right? Yeah, everybody's doing everything in the marketplace, right? Look at that. Just reaching for the sky. Right? Reach for the sky. We need to look at a couple things over here. Remember that I always tell you to look at prior inflection points. We're beating this one right now. So we're going to be looking at these two right here. And the two that we're looking for are here. The first, the second red candle, we're going to beat that one right there. So we only have to worry about this one right here. There's your first red candle. It's your second one. This one right fucking there. That one. Yeah, it's close enough. If you can't figure that out, don't worry about it. As long as you're close, you're good. Put that thing over there. I'm getting yelled at. I got a family member calling me because they're freaking out about thinking I'm going to die. So right there. What is that price right there? Let's look at it together. That price right there is $757.32. $757.32. That's the target between now and then. Sometimes they'll take us out before then, but that's the target, right? 757.32. I think could be a couple pennies. I wasn't exact. Sometimes I get real anal about it, but for our purposes, that's close enough. I'm gonna get rid of that one right there. I'm gonna slide this bad boy down right here. Take a peek right here. And what else do we see? Big old cup. Whoop. That's the handle, bro. If this is a cup and this is the handle here, we should hit this, right? We should hit that, right? So if this is the cup, this is the handle, we should tag that, right? Minimum that, right? If this is the cup, this is the actual cup, and we should do the handle, we should go up, right? Any kind of Fed shit would send us higher, right? Now, if this is the cup and the handle, hold on here. Sorry about that. All right. Now, what are we doing here? Stop that. Oh, dude, I don't know what's going on with this thing. Hold on here. Try that again. Okay. Now, maybe it's a giant cup. Maybe we got this one, W, right? And this means big boy up here, big boy and up, right? That's a good one, isn't it? That's you guys know this trade, right? Bat wings, continuation up. So we are looking higher, hedging lower. We know that there's still likely a jackknife down over here at some point. We don't know if they're going to get under this and go higher, or if we start breaking through this and having the Warsh meltdown shit, right? So we don't know about this yet. So the idea here is this. We're going to go up into Tuesday, open. Let's call that Tuesday, 9 a.m. This out of here. The implication here is what? When we come into Warsh, we want to see this go jackknife, jackknife, and stay no deeper than that. Right? This is your unrealized volatility from Warsh. There's your daily trigger. We don't go below and open all this bullshit up down here. None of that nonsense down there, right? We're not looking lower yet. You see it? And we should go up and trade for your earnings. 770. Right there. Just like that. That's the rest of your shit right here. This whole structure implies this is going to happen. So you're coming up here, you're hedging the Warsh shit. All of a sudden, Warsh says, you know what? We're going to raise rates in July and September. High probability. He doesn't go crazy with crashing the market, regime change, all that bullshit. This could actually lead to something like this, right? We're down there. Oh, my God, we're selling the entire week. Oh, my God. I would be very afraid that you wake up on like a fucking Monday and it's down here and then it's down here. So we can't take this trade just yet, but we know about it, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to draw this in as a contra trade. There's Friday right here, 1600, bloodbath, right? Right there, and there's week 2 right there. Ah, damn it. Look at that. What is going on here? What is going on? My clicker's not clicking anymore. This is an alternate trade. Bloodbath Friday, and then the Friday the next week. Woo! And there it is. There's your weekly. Right there. Now this one. Yeah, this would fucking crater. We'd probably go straight down. We'd fucking crater this shit. I promise. It's going to be a fucking bloodbath. We'd take that shit out right there. Now, this is alternate. Don't say Cap told me this was going to happen. Say Cap gave me all the information. I'm making my own goddamn decisions. But I want you to know about this, okay? I want to be aware of it as we move into this war shit up here. Now, for the rest of you that are bulls, like me, you are only trying to defend what did what did I say we're trying to defend? Thursday, Friday, right? So today's this is Friday. This is Thursday. This is Thursday, 8 a.m. Did I have that right? Yeah, I think I did. Let me just check it an hourly here. Right here, 9 a.m. A little bit lower. It is that a little bit higher. Right here. Right. What is going on with this shit here? Right there. So this goes right here. Are we still going higher? How's that sexiness for you? Fuck yeah, moon it, baby. Squeezing for the stars. Now, when we come back into Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday high, Sunday high, you know they're going to, this is the price target right here. You know they're going to try to hedge this shit out into Tuesday, right? This is Tuesday, 1600. This actually goes over Tuesday, 10 a.m. right there. That one over right there. Thing right there. This is Thursday, Friday, bloodbath. Oh my God, everything's awful. Friday, they're gonna scare you over here. They're gonna scare you right here. Now remember something. I want to remind you of a couple things here, okay? You get this right here, and they're like fucking around with you down here on Friday of OPEX. Then they slip it back up to 750 right there. Everything I explained to you today, you have the information. Put your fucking blinders on when this happens. Do not listen to the press. Do not listen to social media. I will tell you if it was really bad where we're going to wake up on that Monday. And I don't want you listening to the fucking regurgitation shit. And you come on my show and you're like, hey, Cap, I'm going to tell you some shit that you've already heard 18 million times. I don't want to fucking hear it. I'll let you know if we're down here, if that presser was actually bad or not. If it was bad, bad is we price in the 6-7%. If he tells you I'm hawkish, you're getting fucking hikes this summer and fall, they will price this in. Or historically, they will price that in. If he doesn't get that hawkish, and we're just like kind of hawkish, it's like, yeah, he's threatening you with a good time, but he doesn't actually commit to the hikes this summer, even if he's going to do them. We should be somewhere down in here, floating around. Maybe we plunge down, opens the door, freaks you out, swing back up for the Friday close, trap all the fucking bears in, and it's party time again. And this party time shouldn't be like this. It should be a little bit more. It should be this. This will take a minute to get there. This will be more like this. Yeah, more like this over here. It ain't gonna go up straight. It's gonna be something like that right there. And you're probably gonna get a little bit of consolidation in here. You gotta remember that when we're in here, it's gonna be like, down here, fuck you here, bunch of consolidation. Oh yeah, we gotta go back down there and check that again, and then all of a sudden we're up and out of here. So there's gonna be a little bit of room in here of dicking around. Okay. And you got more reports coming in, a whole bunch of different shit in here, and you also have Vixpiration, which is a following leak. So they start partying like this. Vixpiration sends you back down. There's your second low, and then we're up and out of here. running up. If Warsh it wants to run it hot. Make sense? It's a fucking beautiful thing right here, isn't it? We're gonna come in. So that's your outlook. Do you want to snip it? You know there's a fucking bear that's saying this is happening. I guarantee there's a bear out there. He's like Max Port fucking puts. Down, down, down. That's your target. Remember, we're not putting in the high. I would be more bearish too if we put in the actual new high. I would be bearish on something like that. I would prefer to see us not put in the new high and then save it for over here to save the market. Okay? Some other finer points like second, third tier information. That's your outlook for the week. I spent last night in a fucking emergency room and I'm here with you guys. I love you all. I want you to know that. I wasn't going to leave you here hanging all day long. I literally, I'll tell you something else. I actually walked out of the hospital before I got the last report from the cardiologist. They couldn't have it for me for like another couple hours. I was like, I got to go on the show. I got to go home. Bye-bye. And I left. I said, you can call me with the information. If I die, I'd die. That's fact. I really did that. Let's go back over here. Oh, man. Nice and clean over here, isn't it? It's a fact. Well, it is a fact. You want to see pictures of me in the hospital? I got pictures. I sent them to my boys. You want to see my sexy fucking face in the hospital last night? I got a fucking picture for you. Do you look this good at 1 o'clock in the morning? Check me out. Know my fucking name. I look funny as fuck. I'm not sick. Here, there I am right there. That's me in the hospital last night. I don't know if you can see that. That thing. That was me. In the hospital last night. In the hospital bed. I'll post it in the Discord if you want. I have others too, but I look like kind of fucking goofy. So right here, we got 1600. Come on, come on over there. Remember, that's our target. Where do we buy dips? Does everybody know where we buy dips? Look at how deep that is. My God. There ain't nothing here anymore. There's nothing left to do. You just crank, right? Friday, Monday. Here's 9 a.m. Oh, I can't do 9 a.m. here. Let's go a 5-minute. What a 30-minute. Here is Monday, 9 a.m. 9 a.m., yeah? So we slap the fuck out of this. We come back down flat, slightly red. Work our way right up here into Monday close. Tee off. Does that make sense? Reject this up here after the bell. Come back up. Tap it. Bye-bye. See you later. I want you to remember. I want you to go on I want you to listen to me closely here. I want you to remember that I walked you through this month. I walked you through the summer. I told you to place a fucking trade in early June. I told you to fucking not worry about it. I told you to fucking take a vacation. I told you to fucking sit at home and drink fucking pina coladas while you put your trade on so you get a print in July. I told you all that while all these fucking assholes on FinTwit fucking tried to tell you bullshit lies in June that we were going to crash. Your fucking print is coming up for July right now. I want you to remember that. I want you to go out there and find those fucks out there and tell them they're garbage. Not garbage, just say, stop fucking trying to fucking scare me. Why are you doing this to me? Trading 755 and change right now. They've been scaring you all summer, making you work harder than you're supposed to work. The slowest time of the year when you are supposed to fucking be enjoying yourself and your family and your friends. And they're keeping you worried up late at night, fucking panicking all the time. And now we're trading 755. You've had multiple opportunities to trade this shit all fucking summer. So go out there and FinTwit. Say follow Captain Jim James, please. I do, seriously. Say it. I'm sick of being an asshole. Tell him on fucking Twitter, be like, follow that guy. He's an asshole. He's our asshole. He's our menace. We love him. Right there. Right there. Yeah, that's nice, right? Right in there. We're going to open this bad boy up right here. What do we got going on right there? Hey, there's our target up there. Nice and clean, baby. Yeah, he's our. That would be a good T-shirt, wouldn't it? Write that down. He's our menace. You goddamn right, trying to fight fucking lies and bullshitters selling bullshit on FinTwit. Follow all my cohorts too, like David AMS, follow Jedi Marcus, follow DCP Cox, follow. I got a whole list of people. Chris Dover, Adam Corleone, Frunky, follow M. LeBon, Farm DKS, follow Ryan. Who else is out there? I got a whole bunch of people on Twitter. Dan Emmons, love that motherfucker. Steve at 2 Bacon CMT, follow that guy. He's hilarious too. Follow Lord Stoppington, Sound Do Bad. Who else is out there? Double Wide Capital, LL fucking C, Jedi Marcus, fucking Vol Wiz. Follow his ass out there if you see him out there. Follow Bill Sandu London. Follow his ass. He's a good check on if we're all still alive and not in the middle of the Matrix. Follow Chi-Town A. Follow K10 Earl Frunkenpumpy. Frunkenpumpy. These are all Twitter people I love. Follow everybody you can that I talk and interact with. Matt Ryan, follow his ass. There's a shit ton of people I follow on Twitter that are bangers. Fuck tons. Then you got paid. You got to take a vacation. You got to make your money for the fucking summer. You get to come back and start again. I told you something else. I told you that these fucking bulls, when we get up here, they're going to get bullish. And they're going to get spun around in the washer machine, aren't they? The middle of summer doldrums are going to get flushed around. They're going to tell you how we're going to the moon. We're going to like not 8,000 right now. You're going to be selling those suckers calls. We're going to come back in the fall. We're going to fucking smash this thing right out of the goddamn park. We're going to keep accumulating the fucking lows between summertime and the fall. And we're going to rip this fucking thing right up into the end of the fucking year. 780, 820 between end of year into March. Guaranteed. Unless they pull some shit with a regime change this week. Unless fucking Warsh comes out and he's like super goddamn hawk. Outside of that shit, same shit. And if we get a dip down there, if you're a bull and you're able to take the money and run the next couple days, you got your summer trade on. If they dump this fucker 6.5%, it's like a goddamn Christmas in goddamn July for you. You're going to be down there with 6% with me. We're going to take that fucking baseball bat and they're going to throw a fucking softball at us like this big. And we're going to be down there. You're going to see who else come out. Winky Face is going to come out. David AMS, John L., all the heavy hitters. And we're going to sit there and we're going to take some swings at it and try to buy this fucker again. Oh, 6.5% down. It just makes my nipples hard just thinking about it. I can work my way back up another 6.5% and then another 6%, make 12% an upside move. I'm in. Count me in. Send it down to the depths of hell next week if you can. Happy Friday, everybody. Don't take the end of the day upside print here. Be flat if you can. If you're going to give some to the gods, I want to warn you of one thing. Last piece for today. See that one down there? This is my last piece for you today, okay? I always give money back on Fridays. Like every Friday, I'm like, let's just throw some money to the internet gods up here. Don't do it. If you made money today, if this is your money, you basically hit 755. Did we actually get the tag? Yeah, we did. 755.18. Done. Get out. Take the weekend. Take the weekend for yourself. Don't stay on this show for the end. I don't care if we go up here. I mean, like 0 dates. If you're like a call holder for July, you can stay long. But if you're like a 0 date trader, this ain't for you. It might go up, but it's not for you. I give money away every fucking Friday doing this shit. Don't do it. Just be cool. Get out of here. Go like have sex with another man. Have sex with 4 men. I think 8's better, but like do something else. Anything but this end of day trade to the upside. I am going to draw it in for you, but please, okay? And go something just like this. Hold on here. Yeah, give me a second here. Don't take this trade. I'm warning you now. Right there. Well, not this trade. I mean, don't take the upside trade from here. I want to see this come down here. And then after the bell, fuck your calls, right? Fuck your puts, fuck your calls. This is a 2. Jesus Christ, we're terrible, aren't we? And something right up in there. Maybe not that high. Probably right here. That's what I've got for you guys. Something just like that. And there ain't nothing holding us up but this right here. Yeah, it's okay. Wopland, I really don't I mean I care, but I don't really like I think people get really invested in things like I hate this guy, or you know, I'm or like I got to stop these people. I don't really, I mean, I don't want them doing it, but I'm going to live my life and trade and, you know, make money in the stock market. So here's, you can see this one here. You can see this one here. This one right here. Can't go below this line right here. Don't want to go below that line. We want to go up. Price target on Monday, or I'm going to give you all the way until Tuesday. So PT. No. What did I say? Not that one. Wrong one. Hold on. PT1. PT2. By Tuesday open. Okay. So we got some time. We don't have to do this right now. If it was me, see this right here? This is all coming up. This is all coming up. I would be trying to buy. I'm trying to buy 750. Trying to buy that bar right there. Right where that hourly will be. 752, basically. 752 and a half. That's what I'm trying to buy. From here, I'm not looking higher. I'm looking to buy 752 to trade 757. So I'm not trying to buy this either. I want to buy 752, either in futures and cash market. And if the hourly and half hour come up, I'd try to buy it here too, but not until they come up here. Not me personally. I'm good right now. I hate giving money away on Fridays. I hate making money and then I'm not giving away that fucking put money either. They can fuck off with that. That's mine. I'm gonna go fucking spend that on cocaine and hookers this weekend. You know, if somebody tells you 0 dates don't pay, I fucking paid for all kinds of cocaine and hookers this week. I'm gonna be dead by Monday. I love you, Upland Group, brother. I fucking love you, brother. I love you, man. All day long. I know that, brother. I've always, brother, I want you to know something, Upland. I fucking trust you guys more than you will ever fucking know. You are my family. Like, I don't need fake followers. I don't need to buy them. I don't need to fucking suck people off. Dude, we're trading forever together. That's what we're doing, man. That's au naturel, brother. I'd rather be hanging out with you than some fucking people I'll never be friends with. So I got you, brother. I love you. Am I married? Yeah, of course I'm married. I would never do that shit. I would never do that stuff. I love my wife's over there. She can hear me. I like, you know, a lot of black humor. I grew up on like Mel Brooks kind of shit. So like I have a pretty disgusting sense of humor. Not everybody gets it, but it's okay. It's not quite cynical either. It's just like black comedy or the absurdity of life and stuff, you know? They can come off wrong. I'm like a firm believer in like, you know, like definitely Mel Brooks, probably one of the funniest motherfuckers I've ever experienced in my life. There's other people like that too, but he's very funny. He's still alive too. Didn't he just celebrate like 102 or something like that? I'm not watching Spaceballs 2 either. I refuse. Oh, no fucking way. I know he's part of it, but I don't want anything to do with it. I will. Hey. Everybody says hello. Do you want to wheel yourself over here? No? No. She hasn't been to bed either. She's dressed in her house clothes right now over there working for me. She's the best. I thought I was gonna die, or not thought. I didn't think I was gonna die, but I was like, I gotta make sure, like, I'm not gonna die, like, just fall over. That's how people die like that. It's like get a blood clot and it's like dead, perfect health. But she came to my rescue last night. I didn't have any water, I didn't have anything to drink. Drove up to the hospital, took care of me, and then stayed with me until I left this morning. And then she woke up with me this morning, helped me work, and you know, it's what you do when you're married. That's the truth. Take care of the people you love, and they'll always be there for you when you need them. Do it with your friends and your family. As a matter of fact, I mean, Joe Donut called me this morning at 4:30 this morning. Like he's out in Belgium right now, but you tell the people that matter, and if something ever were to go wrong, they know. Take care of all the people that you love in your life, and if you need them, hopefully they'll be there to take care of you or your family and whatever. Like if something bad happened to me, you got to tell the people that would make sure that my family's okay. Love them more than the entire fucking world. Love all my friends, family, all family, all of them. Put that over there. Put this over here. Right there. I think that's what quiet status is too. Like when you're married with kids and you haven't been divorced, like, and I fucked up when I was younger with women and shit, but like if you can unfuck yourself as a man, like be a good man eventually, someday, one day. Growing, everybody makes mistakes in life and shit, but if you can figure that shit out at some point, save your life. Goddamn right. She was the one. My mom knew too. My mom was like, fuck, you finally met her. Like, you're not going to need me anymore. Watch this quote. That was not a high. That's not enough. That's not the right high. That's a bad high right there. That's not high enough. Not yet. Hold on. If you're going to take this trade, I'll watch it with you. There might be a chance to take it long here, but give me a second. If you want to load the call button, you can, but just don't hit the buy button yet. See that right there? There's a couple more stragglers up there. There might be a trade here, but you got to give it a second here. We got to hit this right here. Oh, that's not bad. That's a pretty good one right there. That one's fine. Nope, that's the high right there. Sorry. It's this one right here. That's close. It looks bullish to me, but it's only by a tick. Not enough. It's not enough for me. Not yet. See this right here? It's good, but it's not good enough. I mean, it is good enough technically. It's so fucking close. Like, see how close? That's like not even a penny right there. Don't touch that yet. Okay, don't touch it. Not yet. I want to see a convincing break of this. There's like a trap in here. I want to see a convincing break above that line right there. This dotted line. I want to see a convincing break. You can set up the trade if you want, but hold on. Let's get rid of this so you can see it. I want to see like a green like this. Like whammo. And this one's just too close to call. Don't touch it yet. This time of the day, it's a little suspect. Yeah. See, we're like pinning the 755 here, so don't fuck with it. They could, if they trade us sideways, they do this bullshit right here in the end. They start fucking barcoding this shit. Don't mess with it just yet. Don't touch it. Hey, what's up? Hey, Princess, I love you too. I love you too, Princess. I love all of you guys. You guys have become my whole life. Like, I know that like you shouldn't have parasocial relationships and shit, but I'm like, yeah, we spend time together every fucking day for years on end. Like we're gonna be friends. There you go. Take all those stops down there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Take them all. Take all them stops down there. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't touch it yet. Oh, not yet. Not yet. That was a good one though. That was a high tick. You see it? That was finally the one. That's what I was looking for. Was this high tick? Don't touch that tick. We are below the. You guys see this here? You are below this line right here. They're really fucking right now. There's like this thing. This right here. That's the halfback trade. That's good. But you did put in a new low and a new high. Not yet. Don't touch it. It's too much like back and forth. Don't mess with it. Not yet. They'd sweep this whole entire move down here, maybe. Halfback trade done. New high put in. Now we have to support this to take the long. Not yet. All right, here comes. I'm going to get some calls now. 756 or 7 cents. We ain't going to trade that, I don't think. 755. That's a juicy one. I'm looking at 755s right now. Not quite yet. This is 50. Make that a big fat green right there in case we can get it.
Lockheed Martin says U.S. Department of War announces $850 million contract award to Lockheed Martin in April.
Does Trump have Lockheed Martin stock, maybe? Just wait and see if we can get the trigger in here. You see they're just like selling in these wicks here. Wick goes up, sells it down. Wick goes up, sells it down. Try to buy this from a lower point if you can. You don't want to like be long here and immediately hit a wick and get sent right back down, right? So you're buying along, whips up here, and then it gets sent down here. Whips up here, gets sent down there. You don't want to mess with that just yet. Even if it produces, just be patient here for a minute. There's a beam here, tractor beam on 55, so. Hey, what's up, Alpha Maximus? Good to see you, brother. Hey, it's pretty dangerous, right? Dude, a lot of fucking retail traders got annihilated yesterday. They got annihilated this morning. And there was just no need for it. It was easy to see both of those dumps. They're down to 28 cents. I'm not on them yet, but if I pull the trigger, I'll let you know. And I might leave me behind if it goes up, so I need it to be perfect for me. You can do whatever you want out there. For me taking this trade, I need to see some more dumping. I've given too much money back on Fridays. Soul crushing. I think we did have a rip recently on a Friday that I took, and I did make a bunch of bank on it, but 9 out of 10 of them are losers. So I don't take the trade. I need it to be like a real dump for me to take it. No, they really want to fucking, they're really teasing this rip higher, aren't they? Like, come on, bro, it's going to go up. No, they don't want the market to see what they're trying to do. They're trying to keep it quiet. Or not quiet, trying to obfuscate where they're going, which we already know is up. It's a matter of when. Now they're 29 cents right now, 28 cents. We are holding right where we're supposed to be, too. On a 1 hour basis, this is where we're supposed to be. This is the top of the full candle. The wick is above. It is bullish here. 1 hour is bullish here. Now they're worth 28 cents. Ooh, now they're 30 cents. You're retarded's fucking with me in the Discord. I haven't even looked. God damn. God damn it. I hate when your retarded shits on me. Because you feel so small because it's so big. What are you guys doing in here? Fuck is... Oh my god. Fuck all of you. Hold on. You guys are assholes. No, I'm not even getting the trade now. I'm not even able to get in the trade. I'm not even looking at the trade right now. I'm in the fucking Discord. So bad. Ah! I didn't say we were dropping 6%. I said the way was higher. I didn't say the way was lower. I said the way was higher. I gave the alternate for the fucking Bears. I don't have that written. I get it in yellow for the Bears. I gotta give them the alternate fucking take. They're gonna, if it happens, they're gonna say we didn't bring that up. He's not my furu. Rip up my poster on their wall. I'm just trying to fucking give him the alternate. The alternate. I want to make sure that I give them the full path and the full map. That's my job here. I didn't draw that map. I drew it with the yellow line and said, if this happens, then the bad stuff happens. Jared Dino, I like you too. Yeah, that's not on my goddamn. I definitely didn't say that. Rate cuts. Oh my god, if we got a rate cut, dude, that's like an instant 10% up, right? We'd probably put 10% on the board in like a week, 2 weeks. You just Cappy the Bear, huh? God damn. I didn't fucking give that. I didn't say we were going that way. I said we're going up. I got it right here. Oh, god damn it. I didn't buy calls. Fuck. They're trading 37 cents there at a low of 26 at one point, I think. Retesting the prior high right now. I can't win. I didn't get in this trade either. God damn it. I got left behind. I suck so bad because I'm so bearish. You guys are shitting on me so bad. I'm looking for a taking my toys and going home meme, but I can't find one. Getting shit on. You said we weren't. You're not our furs, so we get to shit on. Walk the plank, asshole. Take your puts now. What up, Freddie Stacks? Oh man. Someone's like, Cap said, put your puts on right now. Oh man, so bad. I love you guys. He's our asshole. He's our menace. Oh yeah, baby, PT1. Oh, PT1, baby. Cap Super Bear on Tuesday, guys. I know that's what's gonna go. It's gonna get spread on Twitter, isn't it? He thinks we're going down 6.12.12%, 700 in 2 weeks from today during earnings season. I love that one. The real summer trade is a circuit breaker down. That's fucking fire. I'm reading that fucking chat is dope. Oh my god. All right, how about this? If you're watching this show right now, I'm not gonna get high tonight. I might drink some bourbon or something. We're gonna do a show this weekend. It's either gonna be like Sunday When do you guys want to do it? Like Sunday afternoon? I could probably do Sunday afternoon. Maybe, yeah, Sunday afternoon. Let's do Sunday afternoon. Go have brunch in the morning, have sex with your man friend, and I'll have sex with my man friend, and what? Let's think like sometime in the middle of the afternoon Sunday, and we'll do like as long as I can, a couple hours, at least 2-3 hours or something. And I'm going to tell you this, okay? I'm going to make some rules for Sunday. Please do not waste your time or mine. If you see things that are trading together, unless there's something you really want me to see, maybe, try to like keep it concise. Like if you think something's going to sell the depths of hell and you want to take a put on it, I want to chart that for you. If you think that like your favorite ticker is going to break away from every other ticker, or like yours is going to do it, or yours isn't trading with everything else, if your shit's not trading with SPY, it's doing its own thing, it says a divergence from SPY or Qs, I want to see those tickers. Bring something to the table is my point. I don't want you bringing to the table like the shit you're upside down on and you're just hoping that it's going to print. Don't bring that to me. I don't want to see that shit. Because more than likely there's another ticker like that I can chart for you. We're looking to make money here. All of us as a group. We're not looking to like carry your bags for you and it doesn't print. It doesn't do you any justice either. Like, you know what I'm saying by that? Like if you're fucking 10 bags deep and you're like, oh my God, I'm fucked. Let's try to make some money on something together that can maybe you can DCA into that position or something like that. And I will look as well myself for remember something too. Before we get into next week, remember that when the financial reports come out, they always dump them. It's always like run them up the week before, 2 weeks before you start running them up. They exit and they come back in a couple weeks and buy them again. So even if they have a good report, the financials, like getting long into their reports is outstanding. Okay. And we need financials to carry the market up for earnings. Now think about like earnings trades or plays. They could be now or later, could be small caps later. Remember too that some of that shit gets dumped as all the focus comes into big tech, or first financials, then big tech. So your favorite ticker might not be reporting for like a month or so. I might chart it for you and say it's going down here, way, way, way down here, and then we'll buy it again for your actual ER. But just think about your ERs. If you see something that you're like, hey, I think this is good, and I'll look to see if I can find anything. I'll look for like high short to cover things. I'll look for some great trades for the beginning of this stuff. And I'll be honest with you guys, I usually do pretty good on this. Like my average is pretty high up there for ERs. And I'll see if I can find something over the weekend. I might be able to find a couple here that are guaranteed. So, oh God. I don't know. I mean, if I'm honest with you, I think you get the knee jerk down. Let's go back to this again. So let's revisit this one more time. So I charted this earlier, right? When I charted this for you here, I don't have us going down. Just this. I would like this even if he announces the 2 cuts or the 2 hikes. This could be like this whole market reaction here. I think I was saying this to you about the Friday and stuff, where like John L will be down there telling you it's gonna fucking moon, then he's gonna tell you it's gonna crash, and he's gonna tell you it's not gonna crash. When we're down in here, if the market accepts it, we ain't gonna do the 6 to 7%. We need everybody on board, and we need to wait for that to be, consumed, processed, and see if everyone's on board with this. We won't know that until next week. So just be patient down here into the end of the week. I still think this would happen. Like even if we did something like this, like let's say we woke up on Monday and they waited until OPEX, I would still think that they would be dumping this either way. One way or another, this gets dumped. So 60 is a nice round number up here, or 77.32 is close enough to that. If they try to do like trigger like a call rolling to 770, 780, we can ride that up at 0 day to make a bunch of money. But just note that I'm not actually trying to do this. I don't think that this happens. I just want you to be aware of the other outcomes so that you know who's on first, who's on second, who's on third, and you're not stuck in a position so that you can turn into a seller if you need to. I just don't want you to say that I didn't tell you that, okay? Ooh, baby, look at that. So beautiful.
10 seconds.
Here we go, MOC. Big green bar.
Mark on a close imbalance.
Here goes the big green bar. I just want to show it to you. I want to get rid of it so you can see the green bar going up. There's PT1 right there.
30 buy side 721 million. Max
There's the red bar.
703 million.
Trading a high just then of 755.42. Remember that PT1 is 756.70 and PT2 is, just one more time, PT2 by Tuesday is 757.32. Looks like they're speed running this now, doesn't it? What are those 30s at right now? Let me just check this really quick. Was it 753? What are they worth right now? No, it was 75, right? It was I think it was the fives. Like 54 is now $1.39, 75 is now 44 cents. They were trading 26 cents earlier. I forget which one it was I was in. I didn't buy them, so I clicked on it to press the buy button and I got carried away. John L fucked me on end of the day gains. It's all his fault. Yeah, and I'm going to be wrong predicting the future. I do a decent job, but, it's still fucking, the problem with predicting the future is as soon as new information is released, you got to re-predict. I totally admit to that. We did a fairly good job, I think. This one up here now. I think the key here for bulls is they need to accept it. Like, the bull market is still valid. I think that's a key takeaway here. And watch out for the fucking spin, guys. Like, they're going to come out next week and force spinning. Like, even if it's not hawkish, you're going to see, like, oh my God, the Fed's starting to cycle. Oh my God. You're getting at least, well, you will get the two hikes, but, they're going to turn it into something that it's not yet. If you get the hawkish wash. It really matters how, sentiment matters. Like, literally, I was reading about sentiment to you earlier on the inflation sentiment. You would be shocked at how much sentiment matters in this market. It's a big thing. It really is. Climb the wall of worry, baby. Climb the wall of worry. I wrote that at what time in the morning? Oh my God, what time was that at? That was at 12:15 a.m. I was in the hospital. Bonks. Fucking love you, Bonks. Fucking savages. I'm beginning to think that the people I follow on Twitter are as monstrous as I am. This is just the 4 p.m. here. Still trading 755 right now. Honing in on it. Should I take that? Hold on. Should I try to fucking see that see the eye of God opening up there? So it's 23 cents now. Is there any arbitrage after this close, maybe? This looks like arbitrage after the bell of some kind. You see that? You see all this here up there? They're going to make a move after the bell. Or near the bell. Let me just look at the stuff for, hold on a second here. 7.59 or 32 cents. We're not hitting that. 54 cents for 78. 86 cents and 7.57. That's a good price. That's a really good price. Not good in terms of you should take the trade. In terms of a dealer pricing, they're pricing that in. They're pricing in 7.57 for the for Monday. You should buy them cheaper, but for 85 cents, they're pricing in the probability of us trading 7.57 on Monday. Remember, too, you can also buy vol. You don't have to buy puts on Tuesday. You can buy volatility. You can, instead of just buying SPY, just buy volatility. The volatility will be there regardless if we go down or not. If you want to hedge into Tuesday, you buy vol. It's a no-brainer. If you can catch any arbitrage in here on the downside into 415, keep an eye on those 757 Cs from Monday. If they can like burn them down in here, make them like 40 cents or something. I don't know if they can, but if they do, I would be open to taking that trade. In case we like put the high in on the opening bell. If they put the 77 on if you take that trade and they put in 77 on the opening bell, you sell the opening bell on Monday right away. Get out of it. If they don't put it in, you hold them until the end of the day, and you can actually add to them on Monday too. If you're like, sometimes you wake up on Monday, it'll be up like 10 cents or something. And you'll be like, it's not enough. You could take the 10 cents and then wait. It will drop briefly, and then you can add those again and run them up to the end of the day. I'll talk to you about it on Monday. I do that sometimes on over weekend holds. They're now 80 cents. They're still not juicy enough to pick up. I'd like to see them at like 40, 42, 50, 60, somewhere in there. 60 or lower, I should say. If you can catch them between like 40 and 60, you can hold them until Monday. If you're up like 10 cents, you take the money and run. Within the first 5 minutes, they'll dump it. And you're going to scoop those up and you're going to run them up again into the end of the day. If we don't hit 757. If that makes any sense to you out there. The arbitrage these days is nowhere near as good as it used to be. You have to be really, really like exacting what you're doing. You have to like catch those bottom pennies, and you have to like get out if this happens and that happens, all that kind of shit. Come on, hit it, 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 hit it. Go more, go more, go more. Down, 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 down. More. Another red bar. They're now 73 cents. 72 cents. Still not juicy enough. Maybe after the bell. They're getting closer. 71. We can get them down to like fucking 60s and 40s and shit. They're worth buying. Do a lotto. Worry all weekend. Don't enjoy that. Oh, there we go. 68 cents. Been doing arbitrage for fucking a decade now. Longer. Almost a decade and a half or something. It's creepy. 77's now 68 cents. They're not coughing it up. 67 cents. Almost under right there. We're getting close. Now they're up to 78 cents. God damn, look at that. Woo. I love watching arbitrage. 68 cents. They gotta be cheaper. We're never gonna print it on the close on Monday, so they're gonna go to zero. So you have to get them very, very, very cheap. So you get a window of green. Nope, I ain't taking that trade. I got it open here. I haven't taken it. I need to see more down. Not good enough for me. Also, note that we're free to go higher now.
11% in 2 days, most since April 2025.
Woo! Remember that just last week they were telling you to rotate into quality and not tech. Remember that too. They were like, oh yeah, do quality, bro. Don't do tech. It's the worst it's ever been. Tech's down as far as it's ever been. Definitely don't get into it. Don't do that either. Told you to get into tech. You're going to rip fucking tech to the moon. All right, we're done. I want you all to have a great fucking weekend. Hopefully we guided you through not losing your shirt all day long today, yesterday. It's been a very wild-ass week. Market's trying to hide where it's going. We've made some adjustments to where it's going. Try to put in the 57 before next Friday. Make it sooner than later. Be able to hedge the market gently for Tuesday. I think you're all well-versed on the fucking war shit. You probably know more truth than anyone else out there right now. And I mean anyone. I'll talk to you all on Monday, 9:30 in the morning. Have a wonderful night. Hopefully I'm alive on Monday. Later.